Hello there. I am Sir Yitvet, and I welcome you to the adventures in Dundras. On our last exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain the Dwarven Paladin, Milo the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen the Gunslinging Dragonborn Sorcerer were on a quest to deliver the treasurer from Port La Montagne to the capital of Lancasquer. After a deadly trudge through the desert of Draconis, after they aided some scholars, harassed a squirrel salesman. But after enduring the heat, the party finally made it to the mountain range they were heading for. Upon arriving and moving through the valley, trying to reach Lancasquer, the party was stopped by a large individual, a Goliath, named Alfred, who shattered a boulder next to them with his arrow to stop them. Claiming to be the guardian of the mountains, the party had to convince him that they were no threat to his land, only that they sought safe passage to Lancasquer. Upon asking if there was a quicker way to the capital, as they did not wish to trudge through the desert any further, Alfred informed them that while he could show them a way, most of the paths that they would have to travel would be by foot, which would leave the wagons behind and their supplies as well, making their journey longer and more treacherous. But after pausing for a moment, Alfred thought and offered an alternative route. Though equally dangerous, the party would be able to keep their horses and wagons. Alfred then took the party to a deep valley into the mountains, down as the mountains rose above them, until eventually they found themselves in front of a large set of stone doors, which Alfred claimed led into the UnderDark. As the party prepared themselves to enter these doors, Dallen received a sending message from his brother Fradnir, asking for his aid to go and find him. Fearing for his brother's life, Dallen turned to the party and said that he had to go back. He had to find his brother. He then rushed off to back up the trail as he made his way back to Draconis and Narjakul. The party, worried about their ally, turned to Alfred, asking if there was any way he could help him, Dallen, to which the Goliath agreed, but only to help him get to the edge of the mountains safely. After that, he would be on his own through the desert. Looking behind them as they watch Dallen disappear up the mountain range, the party and the caravan entered through the doors into the UnderDark. As they looked on ahead into the pitch blackness of the descending darkness, they looked behind them as they watched the last rays of light through the doorway slowly disappear as Alfred closed the doors behind them, leaving them in pitch blackness. What new adventures and dangers await our party in this UnderDark? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us greet our fellow players to see how they are doing on this day.
They're in the early access.
You got my hopes up so much.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at it. I'm like, dude, that's not right. I'm like, some of these are like, guys, why?
Hello.
Oh, hi, Tim.
Hi.
No, not Kenobi.
How are we doing today?
Man, look, we having fun.
Yeah, not too bad. Yourself?
Doing okay. It was a long week, but not as bad as I was fearing it'd be.
Feel bad.
A bit of a shorter break this time, as normally we do a session every 2 weeks, but today, as things seem to have kind of worked out, we're now having another Dundras session.
Woo!
How did you all enjoy your week? Down?
Doing alright, how about you?
Pretty good. Dain?
I was mainly just busy working.
Oh. Just mainly work.
Alright.
Oh, sorry, the way you said it was like,
Yeah.
it sounded like you had much to say. It's like, I've had a good week. How about you? It's like, okay then, moving on.
So,
It's like, and we moving on.
Just crushed me, my guy.
yeah,
I'm sorry, is this your response?
just do it.
Emotional damage.
No, you gotta say it right. Emotional damage.
There's just a lot of work down. Anything else?
There's been a lot of questionable decisions, but I'm gonna leave it to that.
Yeah, I feel that. How about you, Dain? You have a good week? It's a little hard getting in contact with you this week.
Yeah, sorry, lots been going on. Yeah. I've been trying to keep myself sort of away from everything, so my apologies for not really chatting much.
You're all good. I mean, you're here this week. I just wasn't sure if you'd be able to make it or not.
I don't know. But yeah, on my end, it's just more work and other stuff as well.
It sounds about right. And how about you, Milo?
Same old, same old.
Short and simple. And Talos, anything new with you?
Well, got the new drain filled in, so yay.
Hey, always exciting.
Yesterday, after getting home, I literally slept until this morning.
Ooh. Quite a sleep. I bet you feel either good or terrible now.
A little bit of both. It's like part of me is like, yay, we actually slept. The other part of me is everything's sore now because I was in the same position all dang night.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Like, great for the sleep, but the body tends to be grumpy when you sleep a little too long.
Yeah. Also, taking off the days till frickin' Baldur's Gate 3 early access for PlayStation, so I'm like, almost there.
What happens? We're gonna like start missing you in the sessions.
No, I'll still be there for the sessions because I'll be able to. I'll still be there for the sessions.
You're about to say I'll be able to play at the same time, right?
Oh, gosh, dang it, cat! No, stop! Can't get messing with the wires.
But of course, it looks like a
She's
nice
like,
little thing to play with.
She's like, I may not be able to fully move my back legs, but I can still pull myself and get myself tangled up in the wires under the counter. So yay! But also, I'm playing Destiny's new season, so
Very nice.
that's been fun. Yeah, one of my buddies on TikTok, he's we're all kind of loud because he made a prediction that it'd be the new season would be called Season of the Witch, and if he was right, and that he'd have to wear a maid suit. And his most recent video, it's like him just sitting there in a maid suit while Season of the Witch blares in the background.
Good lord.
And he just comment to it what the video was like. It's like, I just had to be right about this. I couldn't have been right about winning the lottery or something. No, it had to be this.
Of course.
He's like, oh, amazing psychic friend. Now say money will rain from the sky. Say it. Say it.
Interesting. Okay, so if anyone has nothing else to say, shall we get back into Dundras? Alright.
Especially since we are in the Underdark.
Into into the depths below.
Mushroom dance. Mushroom dance.
Then we shall return to Dundras. Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos the Dwarven Paladin, Talos the Dragonborn Paladin, sorry. Oh.
When did Talos just shrink?
It's like, okay, what are you playing? I'm playing a miniature minotaur.
As you all light up a torch, you see that Talos has been transformed, having gone underground.
It's just an angry dragonborn dwarf just running at you. It's like, oh no!
But wielding a full-size warhammer.
Oh yeah.
I bet if I didn't stop, you all would have just been like, yep. Anyway. Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin. Dain, the Dwarven Paladin. Milo, the Halfling Rogue. And Dallen, the Dragonborn Sorcerer Gunslinger. We're on a quest to deliver the mysterious treasure from Port Lamontagne to Lancasquer. After a daring and deadly trek through a mysterious land once thought to be a Feywood, but is now known as Ira Draconis, a desert wasteland, the party have successfully made it across the desert to a mountain range. In the last episode, having assisted some scholars in the desert and harassed a kindly scroll salesman, the party was stopped. Was stopped at the mountain range by a large hulking figure known as Alfred, a Goliath, who stopped the party by shattering a boulder nearby with his bow. After inquiring upon their business, the party had to convince this Alfred that they were of no danger to him and his land, and inquired upon him if there was a quicker, safer path to reach the capital of Lancasquer, as they did not wish to go through the desert anymore. After stopping for a moment, Alfred told the party that there was a few paths that they could take, but most would require the party to travel by foot, leaving their horses and wagons behind, which would make their journey longer and more treacherous. After pausing for a moment, seeing as the party was not keen on that sort of idea, he offered an alternative route. Though equally dangerous, the party would be able to keep their horses and wagons. The party agreed to this as they felt it was their best and only option forward, and followed Alfred as he led them deeper into the mountains. After descending deep into a valley, the party began to see a small alcove where, against the mountain pass, there lay before them a set of large stone doors, which Alfred informed them led into the Underdark. As the party prepared themselves for this underground trek, Dallen received a sending message from his brother Fradnir, asking for his aid to go and find him. Hearing the pain in his voice and fearing for his brother's life, Dallen decided that he had to hurry back, and so turned to his allies and informed them that he had to go. Though saddened to hear this, the party knew that Dallen had to do what he must do, and watched as their ally rushed back up the valley to head back towards Ira Draconis and Dracoul. Fearing for his safety, the party turned and pleaded with the Goliath, Alfred, seeing if he could aid him in getting to his brother. The Goliath sadly looked upon them and told them that he would assist him in getting to the edge of the mountains, but after that, Dallen would be on his own through the desert, as Alfred had to continue guarding the mountains. He then opened up the giant set of stone doorways and allowed the party in the caravan to enter. As the party looked ahead into the descending darkness before them, they heard the creaking and cracking of stone as they looked behind them as they watched the doorway slowly close. As the last rays of light from the outside shone through the doorway, it disappeared as the door closed behind them, with a loud thud, and creaking of the barricade as the doorway was closed and locked behind them. The party was left in pitch blackness. And that is where we shall rejoin our heroes as we return to Dundras.
As you said something, I'm going to do it every session now.
It may be something that I quite look forward to. You had to, before you didn't do it that one time, you had done it every single session anyway, so it's just something that was kind of nice. Let me see here. Need some ambiance going here. That's not what I'm looking for. Sorry, I thought I had my search set up properly for this, but I did not quite, it would seem.
Oh no. Oh, that's going. I'm gonna light up my drift globe so we can have some light.
Yes, as you all find yourself in pitch blackness, you hear the murmuring of everyone else nervously pacing back and forth as you hear a single command from Talos. As, are you casting daylight or are you just doing normal?
Daylight, because if it's pitch black, if it's that black, it's like we need light.
Yeah. As all of you kind of have to hold your eyes for a second, you're like, as you hear whoosh, as the entire entrance of the Underdark is lit up in a blinding light. As the sunlight that was right behind you entering the cavern is now once again all in front of you with this drift globe. Ah! You could have given us some warning.
Sorry.
As everyone kind of rubs their eyes a little bit and starts to look around the cavern around you.
Who was that?
One of your guards. One of the treasurer's guards.
Oh, I forgot the entire caravan came with us.
Yes.
It's like,
I was
who are
like,
you?
wait.
It's like, who are you? I'm the guard that. It's like, what do you mean? Who am I?
What do you mean? I've been with you this whole time.
He's
Don't you
been with
remember
us. This whole...
me? It's Steve.
It's like he's been with us this whole time. Yes.
Hey, speak of Steve. We have a chip.
Here you go, some atmosphere. As you look at the cavern before you, as the light shines all around you, you see that the cavern itself looks to be partially, like, Dave, you don't even need to make a check for it. You can see the marks of what appears to be tools on some of the parts of the wall, but there are parts that you see that seem to be naturally formed. You can probably easily determine that this passageway was likely a natural cave, but has been widened up to allow passage for others.
Which means this is also probably a heavily used thoroughfare at one point or another.
Most likely, before whatever was going on with. Still, we should always be We should be careful. I've only heard rumors of the Underdark. I've never been down here myself.
We... The closest I ever got to the UnderDark is, well, now.
I'm a bit skeptical on some of the stories, but according to some of the books I've read, they've had about things of like giant mushroom beasts and other strange things. The fact of a living mushroom, that's a bit far-fetched, but you never know.
Yeah, you never really quite know with, well, anything underground. Like even back in Blackspire, the stuff that you'd see underground, you wouldn't even think that they'd be there.
Some old book stating that there was older and darker things in the deep places of the world. And hopefully we can get through this as soon as possible. I think me and you should stay up front, since we have the light and you have the compass. Of course, we want to make sure we stay on course.
Nay.
So I don't think this map has anything that mentions the Underdark.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Now, as you take a look at your map, you do see that your map is comprised of a visage of the overworld, essentially. Here, I'll go ahead and pop you over so you can have a quick look again.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, you can see you've been keeping a small tab on your location as you've been moving along. Your last known location was about here, as the mountain range, you know, kind of envelops a lot of this region here. As you know, like the mountain range goes from like here on up towards what appears to be possibly some sort of volcanic structure, as well as it goes down this way. And so, you know, from where you are, you need to head approximately as northwest as you can. And from there, there might be some sort of entrance or exit to the Underdark somewhere in this region here.
Alright. Make sure everything's secure, and we'll start. Once we get our bearings, we can start following the path. Have all the guards be at the ready just in case. We don't know what might be down here.
No, don't you worry, Sir Talos. We're already on edge as it is.
We'll be wary, but at the same time, don't loose any your arrows or anything too swiftly, unless you're guaranteed that something's being, well, not so friendly.
Yes, sir.
Don't want to upset the locals just yet.
No good God-fearing human or humanoid would ever dare stick around down here for too long.
Who knows?
These are God's forsaken lands.
I thought the same thing about the desert. But we'll see. Let's get moving.
Yeah! As they crack the whip and the horses begin to slowly make their way down the little rocky terrain. The beginning of your trek down into the Underdark is not too terribly difficult. Thanks to your lights that you provide, you're able to easily identify pits in the path, as well as large rocks that the wagons are able to easily avoid. And so, it's still relatively quiet as you hear the clacking of your hooves and the turning and the grinding of the wheels on the stone echoing in the cavern around you. It's approximately about 30 feet from wall to wall on the side and about roughly 15 to 20 feet above, like tall from floor to ceiling. As this somewhat circular but somewhat just kind of awkwardly shaped tunnel just continues descending downward into the depths. At one point, as you're getting further and further down, all of you kind of have to yawn a little bit as your ears start to pop.
I gotta shake my head at that. I was like, what the hell was that?
I don't know. Some weird feeling. Ooh, I could hear better now, but for a second there, it felt like my hearing was starting to go out.
I know. Same here.
Dain, you're perfectly fine. You don't feel any sort of popping.
I'm just kind of just watching what's going on, but also quizzical as well. Hey, must be getting to the deeper levels now.
What does that have to do with our ears?
Something with your ears?
It felt like our hearing was going out for a second.
Don't rightly know, to be honest. I feel perfectly fine down here.
Well, you're a dwarf. Dwarfs are used to going underground.
Hey, I'm in my element down here.
Just an observation.
After about 30 minutes of continuing to travel, as continuously the pathway steadily continues downward. The quietness is still just gonna get destroyed by the clip clops of your hooves, as well as the wagon wheels. As some of the men around are nervously just kind of looking around. How much further does this go? As you start to feel some tension in the air, as it's very obvious that people are starting to get a little nervous. It's a little hard to determine how far you've gone, but it's still steadily going downhill. After about 45 minutes, though, you start to notice the path is starting to level out a little bit, as it's no longer the wagons aren't you're not having to have the horses try to keep the wagons from getting out of control, as they seem to be starting to move at a lot more comfortable pace. Until eventually you get to a point where you see the sunlight spell as it's kind of guiding you forward. You see suddenly that there's an area ahead of you where there's pitch black still. As you come to quickly realize that you've come to the entrance of this tunnel, and before you must be some sort of large, expansive area.
Hold up here. Let's see if we can see what's going on forward. I'm gonna have the drift clothes stay close to the caravan, and I'm gonna kind of move a little farther forward and activate my sun sword just as a light source.
All right, so you're keeping the drift flow back with the caravan as you enter the caravan before you?
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm gonna use the sun sword as a light source.
Full power?
Full power. Yeah, full power.
As you bring out the hilt and the light from your sword lights up. You have it go out as bright as you can go, and even then, the expanse of the cavern before you You can barely see even a fraction of it from the light of your sword, as before you see large stalactites for high above, like barely like visible above you. Like you can't even see this, like the top of this cavern. You can only see some what appears to be rocks dangling down. As before you see a large expanse of land that you could hear in the distance the trickling of water. You can see what in the distance what appears to be maybe some things that are glowing. But other than that, it's a lot of rocks, a lot of caverns, and a lot of you have a sight before you that you've never seen before.
Turn my horse and like kind of start making my way back to the caravan while having the light kind of dim down to more of like a more tolerable, so I don't blind everyone as I'm approaching.
As you come back, everyone is kind of giving the horses a little bit of a snack and some water as they look towards you.
Definitely opens up to a much larger area. But light can barely even reach all the way. In that direction, there's definitely something glowing. I'm not sure what it is. It doesn't look like lights or anything that I've ever seen, but I'm not used to the underground sections. Might need a bit of your expertise, Dain.
I might be able to help a little bit.
There's lights. Does that mean that there's people down here?
Not sure. They didn't look like any lights that I've ever seen. They like more like a glow.
Well, you want to go check it out before we just send the entire caravan that way?
I'm not sure if it's even in the direction that we need to go. What does the compass say?
I'm gonna have a look at the compass. Which direction would the glowy area be?
As you kind of take a look into the cavern before you, and you look at the compass, you see that there are multiple. It's a little hard to see, honestly, with the light behind you, but just through the darkness, with your dark vision and everything else, you're able to just kind of see faint to glowing spots, and just kind of scattered throughout the entirety of the cavern before you.
Okay, so they're just all over.
All over.
the place.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not really. Some are in our general direction, but others are just kind of all over the place.
Like it might be like small villages or
Could be some of like natural flora down here.
glowing plants.
As an hour has passed, the Driftlobe's daylight spell fades, and the Driftlobe dims into darkness, leaving only your sword as light. And as the darkness descends, suddenly everyone kind of blinks a little bit as the entire cavern seems to almost light up in response to the daylight disappearing, as you were suddenly surrounded by a purplish, almost green atmosphere, as you're able to start to see things so much clearer than you could before. It's still very, very dark, but you're starting to see nearby mushrooms that are adorning the cavern walls starting to become bioluminescent as they give off a small, comfortable glow.
That's interesting. I'm gonna take the drift globe, put it kind of back in the pouch. Like,
Definitely the plants.
What sorcery is this? As a few of the caravanners are kind of leaning in closer to these mushrooms.
probably wouldn't touch them just in case.
Yeah, really smart.
Brightly colored plants up top tend tend to not be friendly. Hmm. I'm gonna put my sun sword away. Still, I think we should light at least a few lanterns on the on each of the carts, just in case, so we can have some extra light to see by.
Certainly be good to at least help see the ground before us. As you put away the sun blade, like even more of the bioluminescence atmosphere comes before you. You're not able to see too terribly far away, but in the nearby area, it is like the entire air cavern seems to emit a dim light. For you, Dain, like everything looks perfectly fine with your dark vision. For everyone else, though, who doesn't have dark vision, like you're able to just barely see in the, about maybe up to 30 feet, as if it's dim light. Everywhere else seems to have a bit of a almost a haunting glow to it. You can't see much further clearly past 30 feet, but you do have a bit of a sense of what's around you. Well, we'll follow your lead, Sir Talos.
I think we should go forward for a few more hours, and then we can find some place to rest.
Agreed. On your lead.
Dain, what's the compass?
I'm gonna look at the compass, which has now started glowing now that the drift globe and the sword have been put away.
Yeah.
It's like, fine. I find that the north, or the direction we're going. It's like, and that away. I gotta just point off into the cabins.
What? Can I start leading forward?
Yep. As you you march forward fearlessly, the caravan slowly clocking behind you as there's more ambient sounds as the echoing of your hooves and the wagon wheels are a lot quieter than it was before, as you can hear a bit of white noise coming from what sounds like maybe perhaps distant waterfalls or streams. You're not quite certain what. With a little bit more of the local flora, as you continue to pass along, you see mushrooms and what appears to maybe be moss just kind of gathering up around you as everything is kind of a bit peaceful at where you're currently at. As you continue to move towards as best as you can to the northwest. You have to make a few twisted turns as the pathway is no longer straightforward, as you have to go around some rocky areas and find the best path forward.
I'm gonna roll a perception check real quick just to kind of look around, see if there's anything.
Go for it. Without dark vision, it is very difficult to see here. Just because of the bioluminescence of the mushrooms, you're not completely blind. But as you tend to try looking around, like after you get past 30 feet of barely being able to see, it just becomes pitch blackness almost again, with some hints of some glowing light beyond. And you're not really able to really pick up on much aside from just trying to make sure that the horses don't twist a hoof on some sort of dip in the ground or a wagon wheel doesn't get stuck.
It's just weird. Not used to not hearing other sounds other than water, and that's it.
Hey, there's no wind either. It's just unnatural.
No wind, no birds, no nothing.
Why do you think we're always crafting? Even for us, it's a little bit unnerving not to hear anything underground.
Well, at least you'll know. At least you'll know if something's coming.
Aye, there is that. Have you ever been in a Dwarven Hold. Go anywhere near the border. It is deathly quiet. You could hear a stalactite drop half a mile away. It's in the cave, it's pretty far.
As you continue to travel forward, you move on for another half an hour or so as you continue to traverse the rocky landscape. More mushrooms become apparent as what appears to be pitch blackness ahead of you. As soon as you cross the corner where you pass by a huge boulder, you're suddenly presented with even more mushrooms and other moss as the area continues to open up, and it's a weird feeling as you continue forward because it feels as if the area around you is constantly getting smaller but then opening up super large and wide at the same time before closing back down again, making navigating pretty difficult. But thankfully, because of the compass, you're able to keep a general sense of where you're going. But Dain, you definitely know that if you didn't have that compass handy, it would be very easy to get lost down here.
Oh, definitely.
Let's see here. As you continue to travel on, I'll have everyone roll me a quick perception check.
I see nothing still.
Yeah, you're very much focused, and you're focusing more on ensuring that everyone is safe, everyone's doing all right. You're having trouble just kind of keeping tabs on everything, as you're very much out of your element.
And Milo, he's all like, I'm gonna stab something if it comes at.
Yeah, Milo, though you're unfamiliar with this, you are heightened in your senses as because this is so unfamiliar and there's so much happening. You were listening and keeping tuned for any sort of change in anything. And you know, while no one else seems to notice, you feel it through your horse as your horse kind of, or your little pony, I should say. But you could hear and you see a little bit around you of the mushroom shaking a little bit as what appears to be some sort of quaking in the earth. And you're kind of the only one to notice it. As I assume you're kind of hanging about towards the back, Milo?
I guess so.
As just to the right of the caravan, you see a glowing light starting to dart around a rock.
Neat. Anyway, that's probably not important.
It stops for a second as, peeking around a corner, you see what appears to be something with 6 legs and beady eyes. It's shedding bright light within 10 foot of itself, and past that, it's the area around it is kind of dim.
It's probably fine. Probably just some of the local wildlife.
You hear a bit of a thing towards you as suddenly it darts back into under a rock and disappears.
Okay, carry on. Just wildlife.
After about another 15 minutes of travel, I'll have you all roll me another perception check real quick.
Fine, 18, not bad.
And Dain, you're
still focused on.
Yeah, you're just kind
You're
of
like compass, compass,
you're like
compass.
focusing on compass, and everything feels good. But Milo and Talos, you're both able to feel a lot more as like the entire area is kind of shaking as suddenly Talos, you're the one that sees it. Some sort of orb or roundish object bounces off of a rock into the path before you.
I hold up my fist in like a hold.
And everyone just kind of, whoa.
I'm gonna pull out my sun sword and kind of slowly increase the light.
All right, as you slowly increase the light around you, you can see that there's a lot of rocks, and it took you. You were so focused on everything, you didn't quite realize it, but you see near where that round object fell, there appears to be a mushroom that is much larger than any mushroom you have ever seen. While most mushrooms don't go past your ankle, this one seems to be the size of a small tree. Its trunk, the trunk of it seems to easily be about somewhere around, I'd say 2 feet in diameter, and goes up to about 8 to 9 feet tall, with its scales and this fin on the top spreading out like an umbrella around 15-ish feet.
Okay. That is a big mushroom. I'm gonna look over to where whatever that was that went and fell into the path.
As you take a look at the roundish object in front of you, you see that before you what appears to be a bright red roundish object with what appears to have some sort of spiky like fins or like almost like a crown, what it kind of looks like. That's a part of it sticking out of one part of it.
How far away is it from us?
That's about 10 feet away from you.
I'm gonna pick up a stone and kind of like chuck it at it.
All right, roll to hit or roll an attack.
All right, one sec. Come.
Be like just a D20 plus your strength.
Oh. Plus my strength, that's gonna be, so it's 4, 5, 6, 7.
You throw a rock and it kind of lands next to this object and just rolls past.
I'm gonna do it again, just to like 14.
This time you hit it. As you throw the rock at this round object, you see it connect, and it actually splits open as these bright red, what seems to be smaller beads, just kind of spill out from it. And it looks very goopy. Roll me a history check. 17. Now this
May
is
not
rather,
have been ever.
this is rather
Yeah, they
curious. What's
Huh.
a pomegranate doing this far underground? As you recognize that the object in front of you is a pomegranate.
I'm gonna get off my horse and kind of walk up to it and like be like pick it up and kind of like mull it over in my hand, like, and look toward the direction where it came from.
Yeah, as you hold it in your hand, you can smell the citrusy aroma wafting off of it. You see the gooey seeds before inside of it, as you're just like, and you look up towards the giant mushroom. You can roll a perception check if you want.
Sure. Five? Are you kidding me? Didn't know pomegranates grew on mushrooms.
Yeah, you can only see the giant mushroom before you as you kind of look around, just utterly confused as to where this could have come from. And as you kind of look around, you see that before you, like, this one mushroom that you see before you is just one of many. As you started to see a few more bioluminescent mushrooms before you.
I'm gonna place it closer to where the mushrooms are and kind of then back away.
Alright, so as you leave you just kind of put the pomegranate down where you found it.
Now I'm gonna go over, like, put it closer toward where the mushrooms are, and then kind of back away from it.
Alrighty. As you put the pomegranate down, you back up and you wait for a second. You start to hear what sounds to be sniffing.
I'm gonna lower the light of the sword down just a little bit more so it's not as intense, so whatever's here doesn't get too frightened of it.
Now, why would you do that? That was a perfectly good pomegranate.
What? I'm kind of like a little startled, like.
You see a 2-foot-tall kobold walk over to a pomegranate like it's a dead child, holds it like if he's mourning it.
You broke it!
Well, I didn't know what it was. What are you doing down here?
Who are you? You're the one that broke my pomegranate.
I apologize. I didn't know what it was, and we were a little on edge.
Dane
what are
and
you doing?
Milo, I need you to roll me a quick wisdom saving throw.
What are you?
As you're able to see this creature.
Oh god.
Dane? Okay. Milo, you instinctively draw your blade as you see this kobold in front of you, as you're reminded of the one
God.
cavern you were investigating and all the red kobolds that you had to kill. As you're like, whoa, 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 whoa!
Where are they? Where is the rest of them?
Dane, you're a little startled at first as you see this, but you kind of, oh, hang on. He's not hostile.
Greyhound sees Milo take out a sword and tries to protect what's left of the pomegranate.
Actually, I would take out my dagger. Thank you very much.
As he starts taking bites out of the pomegranate as well. He doesn't even prepare it, he just takes bites out of it.
Can I make a
Ow.
perception check
I
to
told
see
you.
where the rest of the kobolds are? I guess not.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, can I make a perception check to see where all the rest of the kobolds are?
Yes, go ahead and make a perception check. Natural 20. As you have a quick look around, you're like, if this is one here, there's gotta be one, there's gotta be more, and you look around, whipping your head around real quickly as best you can with the light, and you don't, as you take a look around, you're confident that there's no other creatures nearby, but you do feel another quake again, much heavier this time though.
Mother of God, they're coming.
So,
As Greyhound,
Can I,
I'll have you roll a perception check as well.
Gotcha.
what are you doing down here, little one?
I should say the same thing to you.
I asked
Guys,
first.
we need a move.
That's my question.
What? I kind of look up. What?
For them. They're coming.
More of what?
Okay, come on. Let's
Calm
go
down
to
there,
the
Gandalf.
stance. Ah, shit. I didn't know the characters were bad at perception. 60.
That's not too bad. As Greyhound, you also start to feel the quaking in the ground, and you feel as if something is approaching.
Can I make a history check on that?
Sure.
Alrighty. Fuck.
Oh, look, pomegranate.
Natural 1. I start eating the pomegranate some more.
As just to the side of the path of where you're all standing, you hear the sound of 3 things bursting from the earth. As you all hear a roar coming from the sound of these things. As
Oh no.
2 large and 1 giant, like what appears to be creatures, are coming just into view from the luminescence of the mushrooms around you. And as they take a look at you, and you swear you can see what appears to be drool coming from their mouths.
I'm gonna roll a history check real quick.
Go for it. As you do, we'll have you all roll initiative.
Are you kidding me?
You've never seen these before, Talos. Milo's ready to go. Talos! Holy crap!
I like whip out my hammer like, the fuck is that?
18.
I'm also gonna
I
quickly.
have that. Let's see if it's up to date. No, it is not. Okay. I mean, initiative seems right.
Now that you see this, Greyhound, I'll allow you to roll a history with advantage. But Dain, you look at this thing and you're like, what?
What is going on?
As Greyhound, you take a look at these creatures and you're like, oh crap, bullets.
Well,
You know these to be,
these guys and we
yeah, you know that these are hunters. They use their powerful claws to tunnel underground and basically hunt their prey from below, usually appearing and pouncing. You're not as familiar with the surface, but you've heard on the surface people use the word shark for these water-type predators. And so you've come to call these things land sharks.
well, you guys ready to fight some land sharks?
Land
Wait,
what?
sharks?
Land sharks.
and like I was about to say, Greyhound immediately. Well, no, I guess I don't have time to do that just yet because the initiative's already started.
I'll go ahead and allow you all to
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
situate yourself as you, like, be in the general area that you are in, but if you want to situate yourself to be in a better position, go for it.
It's gonna be standing on this barrel.
That's a trunk of a mushroom, an old mushroom.
Okay, standing on it.
Poor Dain. Initiative is never kind to you.
No, it's not. doesn't help that my mouse is acting up and double clicking.
And then 18 was your initiative, Graham.
Yes.
Alright, I need to roll for these now. Oh, that makes it easy.
One sec, guys.
There we are. Alright, and so, as these creatures erupt from the earth below them, you take a look at them, and we have Milo already ready to go, as he was heavily alert to what was happening around him. With Talos already kind of weirded out by this creature before you, you already had your weapon ready to go. You turn around, you're like, oh! As Greyhound, somewhat familiar with what's going on, pounces up onto a base of an old mushroom as his arms begin to have an eerie glow to them. As Dain, you're just kind of slow to catch up. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa! As the caravan retreats backwards, like, okay, we know what's about to happen here. As we have Milo, you're up first.
Okay. I'll be attacking this one.
Shooting your bow.
Yeah.
As
I'm
you take out your meteorite arrow, you quickly, and you let it loose. You watch as it bounces off the face of this large creature and just kind of and lands on the ground before it. It doesn't even flinch.
Neat. I'm gonna go back over here and then hide.
As you kind of run behind the mushroom. Ooh, 23. I'll go ahead and just roll some. Interesting. Okay. As you kind of run back there, you get the sense that you're hidden visually. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Alright, as Talos, we get to your turn as you watch as Milo quickly unleashes an arrow and runs behind the mushroom.
One sec. My screen would stop moving when I'm trying to measure distance. Alright.
Yes, boom,
And I
boom,
must
boom, boom.
smack it with my hammer.
As you get out your warhammer, you charge towards it. As you swing down, go to hit. And you
24.
definitely hit it as you bring your warhammer down upon it. Crack! As you crack it into the side of his head.
And then I gotta add the what do I have to roll for the plus the radiant?
1d8 radiant damage.
Okay, one sec. So 10 total damage.
As you crack into it, and you see a little scorch mark left on the face of this creature, but it only budges a little bit as it turns to face you, and it opens its maws. You don't see teeth. What you see, what appears to be like a smooth face with a large bottom jaw, and you can see sharp points. What appear to be what should be its teeth are lined up along this maw of its, and you can see rock and dirt scattered across both its mouth as well as its face.
I'm gonna smack it again. 10.
As this time you bring your warhammer down again, and you feel vibrations through your hammer as you kind of bong, as it shakes your hands. You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. As you know you hit this, but you feel that this is very solid.
And now Talos feels like he's in a danger zone right now. Like, Talos did not think this through.
As it's end your turn.
Yep.
As Greyhound, you see this being that kind of damaged your pomegranate charge at the bullet.
And they haven't hurt him per se, so he's not gonna do anything to them.
Mm-hmm.
So Greyhound's gonna look at the bullet that really stop working. That Talos is attacking, and he's gonna slap one hand onto a book that's on his belt, and he's gonna put 2 fingers to his temple, kind of like a psychic, like how a psychic does in movies, stereotypical. I'm using my mind powers type thing, and he just screams on top of his lungs as he's casting Mind Silver.
Mind what?
Mind Silver. 6. 6 damage.
Let me take a look. Alright. 6 feet up well with the range. You drive a disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of one creature you see with the range. The target must succeed an intelligence saving throw, or take that kind of damage and subtract. And then they have to subtract a d4 from their saving throw it makes before the end of their next turn. Any saving throws they have to make. Alright, so intelligence saving throw. Oof, okay.
You're dumb.
And what's your saving throw?
Saving throw is intelligence saving throw of 15.
Okay, it fails. As you, and you're focusing on this one right here.
Yeah, the one that Talos is fighting.
Sounds good. As you watch as the creature in front of you, Talos, it closes its maw a bit and it shakes its head. As it starts to breathe a little heavier as it takes that 16 points of psychic damage.
Like, Talos is very confused on what just happened to it, so it's like, okay.
And is that your turn, Greyhound?
Greyhound's gonna hop down over here, and he's gonna try and enter stealth.
Alright, go ahead and roll. Although, I'll give you a quick history check first, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, before you go into stealth, I'll give you a free history check. Because you know that these are bullets, but let's see how much you know about bullets.
Gotcha.
It's like, what are they called? Blech. Like,
It's 11.
like, oh. It's like whoever named a bleh is like, that's how it sounds. Bleh.
You decide that going into stealth is a pretty good idea, but you know that for like somehow you're not sure how, but they seem to have an unnatural sense of things around them. But you can go ahead and roll for stealth.
Yeah, I'll roll for stealth.
When I see Greyhound trying to hide,
If you perception past his stealth. You do not. You watch
I got
as
20.
Greyhound hops off the trunk of the mushroom that he was on, and he just vanishes.
Wait, that's my job.
And is that your turn, Greyhound?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. As we get to Big Alpha here. As it looks over at you, Talos. It takes its claws of its front legs and grinds it to the ground, and then proceeds to leap into the air. As it goes 5, 10, 15, 20 feet. And as it lands next to you, and it uses its action to land on its feet. And yeah, you
Talos is in danger.
you are within
Talos is in
its.
danger.
I need you to make a DC 16 Strength or Dexterity saving throw of your choice. So do a Dex or Strength saving throw, whichever you prefer.
I think I'll do strength because I have more likely in that.
Go for it.
Oh, one sec. At the reload.
As it proceeds to leap upon you, as if like it sees you, and you're able to. You're like, nope. As you bring your warhammer up and you you try to hold this creature back as you're pushed back 3 feet on the ground, just as you're like
grinding into the floor, like
yeah.
like.
As you will take half of this damage now. Ooh, oh, that is nasty. As it proceeds, as it's jumping at you, you're holding it back. As it's grinding you back, it starts to bite at you and claw at you. As you're like, oh! As you're suddenly realizing when he said land shark, you're starting to get a sense of why that they're called this. As you take 7 plus, you take 16 points of slashing and bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
As you are pushed 5 feet back away from it. As it just, you stand back as you are stumbled back a bit, being forced back by this absolute monstrous creature. You're like, oh, as it kind of looks at you. As Dain, it is your turn.
Alrighty.
I'm just imagining cosmic fury happening and it like a hole in the ceiling just busting open. Like you just see a hot spot in the ceiling and suddenly a freaking meteor comes barreling.
Well, seeing what it's just done to Talos, I'm gonna activate my cosmic fury on the axe
Oh god.
Fair.
and smack the alpha. And I am within the 10 feet of it. Does a 22 hit?
22 does hit.
Alright.
As you swing your axe and you rake it across its hide. As go ahead and roll for damage.
7 plus 1, 12.
Forgot, I need to go through you guys' attack stuff, YouTube specifically, and add an additional D8 damage for Radiant.
30 damage.
And that's
Oh, nice.
and that's includes the Radiant, the extra Radiant.
Yeah, that
Very
includes the Radiant Cosmic Fury and the extra 1d8.
As you take your axe and it reaches out, and you start to you hear grinding as it grinds across the hide of this giant bullet. It takes it in stride as it looks at you, and you see its eyes start to squint. As you feel like normally when you make that kind of hit, most things would bend to a knee. It seems that it took that in stride.
Seeing that, I'm gonna hit it again. For a 20.
That also hits. As you take your axe again and swing
Does
down
that
it.
proc?
Not quite. It's a 19 or 20 that you have to roll on the dice, right?
Yeah, because my axe, I get plus
Yeah.
11 to this thing, so technically
Yeah.
I rolled a
9, I think.
9, yeah. Yeah. So it,
Go ahead and roll your damage again.
yeah, 12 plus 1, 8. That's another 33 damage.
Ooh, spicy.
Ooh. Whack, whack.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Yeah, that's quite fair. As you slash, you all hear what almost sounds like stone grinding upon stone as Dane's axe tears into this giant bullet a little bit, but it's clearly its hide is thicker and tougher than what he was expecting. As this bullet sees what you're doing and decides it wants to join in the fun. As 5, 10, 15, it leaps upon you, Dane, as I need you to make a dex or strength saving throw.
I'll make a strength saving throw against this cat in a minute. She keeps clawing my chair.
As it also leaps upon you.
Alright.
You fail your save as you are knocked prone. And you take 27 points of damage as it leaps upon you and just digs into you, just with its claws and its mouth. As you're like, ah!
Ow.
While the other one charges you, Talos. Boom, 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 boom. And proceeds to try and bite you. Does a 15 hit you?
Nope.
As it takes its mouth and arr, you quickly take your, I assume your shield, or you don't have your shield equipped, do you?
One sec. Let me see. It should be. That's equipped.
Good to know. So you take your shield and you use your shield to hold back the assault of this bullet as it arm.
I'm kind of having a bit of a flashbacks at on every other bite it's taking. I'm seeing a regular shark.
Yeah. As its mouth is wrapped completely around your shield, but due to the way you're holding your shield, you're able to keep it from swallowing both it and you. As you're like, arr! As Milo, it is your turn. You still there, Milo?
Yep. Suppose I'll shoot the one that's close to Dain now.
Taking another shot.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I forgot, Dane. I forgot to mention that you got pushed back 5 feet as well. Or wait, oh no, you're actually prone under it, aren't you? Let me double check that. Oh yeah, Yep, you're currently prone underneath this creature, Dain. And a 17 will just hit as you see a crack, a small gap in the natural hide of this creature, and you aim and shoo, and you manage to stick it into near its arm. Dealing 12 points of damage.
It'd be 10,
10 points of damage.
since it does not include the meteorite arrows.
Very good. As you
Then I will proceed to hide on the other side of Mushroom.
Woo, natural 20.
Into its eye.
You notice, though, as you took a shot at it, you realize that you weren't, your damage that you dealt to it should have been a lot more, but for some reason, because you were hiding, it clearly couldn't see you, you thought, but for some reason, your arrow shot seemed to just deal this normal damage to it, which you thought is kind of curious.
Would I still get sneak attacks since I was stealth and also Dain was right next to it?
Not because of Dain, and Dain is currently prone, so he would not be able to apply any advantages because of that. But
Gotcha.
as I was saying, you
Very
thought
well.
you should have got sneak attack, but for some reason, it didn't hit as hard as you thought. Something seems to have prevented it from not being surprised by your attack.
Very well.
But you feel like nothing should be able to see you at the moment.
Okay,
Is that your turn?
that's all I can do.
As Talos, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna smack this one again as hard as I can with my hammer.
Go for
One
it.
sec. Oh, sorry. Clicked the wrong. I clicked it. Look.
22 does
22.
hit. As you deal
Alright.
4 bludgeoning damage. I'll go ahead and let that 4 pass. You deal 7 with your first attack as you bring your hammer, you take your hammer in one hand as you're holding it back with the other. As you slam it down, boom! Don't forget your 1d8 radiant.
Yeah, one sec. It's 12.
As you bring it down and BAM! BAM! As you start seeing the scorch marks from the radiant damage and it's something that both you and Dain have been noticing as not long after you went underground is that even without the sunlight behind you, you feel a little bit of that of sunlight radiating from inside of you, and it seems to be coming out with each of your attacks.
I'm gonna do it again, but this time I'm also gonna use power on my hammer to do the let's see. To use the psychic damage on it. The psychic
Alright.
version where they'll have to make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened and must flee. So let me roll for the attack on this one.
$24 to hit.
Yep.
That does indeed hit.
Alright, so they have to roll for psychic. They have to roll. Let's see, what's my thing for wisdom? Is it my base one they have to roll against, or?
I believe so.
So they have to beat a 12 then, I'm guessing.
That sounds right, if I'm remembering that correctly.
It's gonna take 17 points of damage.
That's heavy. There we go. For Dain, for your axe attack, I added the extra 1d8 radiant damage. We'll see if that actually works when you attack next.
Yeah, that one that needs to be added to mine as well, but I can take care of that later.
Yeah. Bam, bam! As you slam into your hammer into the bullet in front of you, you're starting to see it kind of. Seeing it starting to flinch back away from your blows at this point.
Right. Did it beat my the wisdom save?
It rolled an 11.
And then it failed.
It failed, and so it is frightened of you.
Yep, and it must flee. Attempt to flee.
Yep, on its turn, it will attempt to flee.
Yep.
Okay, good to know. Alright, with that, it is Greyhound's turn. Greyhound?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash. So, 80.
Those little guys can move.
Yeah, this boy got movement.
He's like, I didn't see this. I just imagine seeing this little tiny thing going, like, skittering across, like, yeah.
Just imagine him going all force and just
oh gosh, I'm
popping his way over
just
there.
popped in my head was one of those frowed lizards running like on its arms hanging back, its back feet like scampering across. Like,
all right, and I have one of them in my sight. Let's see. Would you say that the one next to Talos I could see?
Yeah, because these I'm counting as like giant mushrooms, so these are the tops of them. So there wouldn't be anything underneath them. So essentially, like this particular area here would block view, but not around it.
Alright, so Greyhound's gonna smack the my brain stopped working. He's gonna smack the book on his belt and just point his hands back to his temple and scream on top of his lungs as he does mind self-retort at that guy.
Poor dude. Rolled an unnatural 1. Easily failed.
Nice.
Negative but I'm not even gonna bother because I would need to subtract another 1d4 from it, but it already has a -4 to its saving throw.
11 damage, psychic damage.
As it's angrily just kind of starting to paw at its head with its 2 hands.
And that's the end of Greyhound's turn.
And as we get to the end of your turn, we get to Big Alpha here. Who, upon seeing it's those two are currently occupied. Turns.
part of my brain is seeing this thing like acting like moving like a frog, like.
Boom, boom, leap! And it's going to jump on you, Greyhound. As I need you to make me either dexterity or strength saving throw.
Oh god.
Could I do an acrobatic?
Specifically strength or dexterity saving throw. A saving throw specifically.
Gotcha.
But it's your choice, either strength or dex.
Alrighty. And +7. 25.
You do not get knocked prone, but you get knocked 5 feet back as you're like, whoa, 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 and you put up your hands as you kind of block it as it's clawing and chomping at you. Arr, arr, arr. You only take, let's see, that would be 16 points of bludgeoning and slashing damage as it jumps on you and just as it's trying to eat you. Which brings us back to Dain, as you are currently prone with this thing on top of you.
Not the best of situations. Am I able to use my axe to try and shove it back? Or do I have to be standing to make an attack with it?
No, you can make an attack. I don't believe prone. Let me double check prone. A prone creature's only movement option is to crawl unless it stands up and thereby ends the condition, but you're not able to as it is directly on top of you. So you could try and crawl away, but you do have disadvantage on attack rolls, and anything that it tries to attack you will have an advantage.
Alright. And then to stand up, it's what? I'd have to crawl away, but to stand up is a turn, isn't it?
Stand up takes half of your movement, but you have to get out of from underneath it first.
Yeah.
Which, thankfully, it doesn't have you pinned. It's just, if you try to, like, you wouldn't be able to stand up with it right on top of you. Basically have to, like, roll out of the way and then stand up.
Alright.
Which will take 5 movements to move away, and then it would take half of your movement from that point to move, so 10 feet of your movement, I would say.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, because you have 25 normally, so 5 feet to move out of the way, and then 10 feet to get up, leaving you with only 10 feet of movement left.
Sounds good. I'll do that then. I'll go here and stand up. And I'm gonna make a swing at it. Specifically trying to, like, target the underbelly as I'm like getting back up.
Go for it. That definitely hits.
Oh, it's getting that got close.
So close.
So
It did include the radiant damage, hey!
and then there's the extra radiant damage, Cosmic Fury.
Gotcha. Ooh. So that's a total of, let's see, that's 13 plus 22, so 35? Am I reading that correctly? 35 points of damage?
So 22 plus 6. Yeah, 35.
Whew. That is toasty. As you take your axe, you swing it low, and you bring it up, and you do get a good piece of its softer underbelly as you rake up across it, and it staggers back a little bit from your mighty blow. As this one definitely did not seem to have much resistance against your attack.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm gonna smack it again.
Ooh, that's a natural one. Give me a sec.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
You try to swing it again, and in horror, you watch as the bullet, what just didn't quite appreciate that, brings its maw and clamps down on your axe as you're swinging it towards it and wrenches it as you're out of your hand, tossing it a couple feet behind it as it just. And let me just kind of mark a spot here.
Start hearing boss music.
It's like Dave's just gonna do the whole like cartoon trope, looking down at his hands and you just see a dotted outline of the axe.
As it tosses your axe over here. As it looks at you and... Sorry, they rolled a nat 20 on that one.
No, it's all good.
meant disarming.
Yeah. I don't have enough movement to get over there. If I move here...
You're still within attack range. It will not provoke an attack of opportunity. You're just basically swiveling around it.
Alright, I'm gonna move here with the rest of my movement then. And that's the end of my turn.
As you tentatively try to make your way back towards your axe, you're like, I kinda need that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I know what happens when other stuff gets hold of my axe. I don't want a bullet with the power to bring the sun down on us. As
for this one now, it's this turn. Talos, you watch as it goes underground. As it digs below, like right in front of you into the earth, giving you a quick attack of opportunity if you want to take it.
Try. 22.
That will hit.
9 plus. Let me do my. It's a D8, right?
Yeah, just a simple D8.
8, 9, 12.
And you deal 12 points of damage to it.
Right on its tail. It's like.
As like the earth, like there's a bit of a mound left behind where it digs. As like it is, it's shocking how quickly this large creature just disappeared under the ground, and then you feel the earth shake as you feel it moving away from you.
Don't come back.
And yeah, it's just gonna dash because it's afraid of you. And if it's frightened of you, or has a frightening condition, once it knows you're no longer in sight, can it make it save again at the end of its turn? Is that a thing that was written on the hammer?
Let's see, must flee on start of next turn. Da-da-da-da. No, it doesn't.
Okay. And yeah, so that one just continues to flee and is out of combat.
It's like, ah!
As Milo, it is now your turn. As you
Okay.
look from around the base of the mushroom, and you see that Dane's axe has gotten thrown away, and the boulette is hungrily looking at your ally. That does
I'll
hit
shoot him.
indeed. As apparently I did actually put your one additional 1d6 into your bow, so that's
What did you?
that 9 and that 1. That's part of the same attack. The 9 is your arrow initially, and then the 1 is the extra damage from the meteorite arrow.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, I took a look at that after that. I was like, oh, I did actually I managed to. I was smarter than I thought. And so,
And then I'm assuming again I don't get sneak attack since.
correct. As you take another arrow, you see another spot where you see the current last slash that Dane made. You take a shot and as its beady eye seems to go straight over to you. It definitely did not appreciate that.
Yeah, well, fuck him. That'll be my turn.
Alright, it's Talos, it is your turn.
Alright, let's see how far am I. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna smack him as hard as I can.
Sounds good, as you get right behind him and
19?
that barely hits him. As you bring your warhammer down on his backside, BAM! And go ahead and roll me that radiant damage. Because I still haven't figured out how to do it for you yet.
It's a 15.
as you bring your warhammer down, bam! You see a little scorch mark left on its hide, but you still get a little bit of that vibration from your hammer as you hit it. That you're like, as you hold steady, and you feel like you definitely got a little damage into this one. And you watch as its right beady eye flips back towards you as it and then looks back towards Greyhound.
I'm gonna go again. This time I'm gonna try to go for like its back knee.
And this time, as you swing at it, it's like you hit the knee of it, and this time you feel the vibration in your hammer just.
I feel like the cartoons they were like just wobbling, my whole body shaking because of it.
Like it felt like you just hit a castle wall with your hammer.
All right, as my bonus action, I'll use. Let's see, one sec. I might use Shield of Faith on myself.
Go for it.
Alright. Gives me +2 to my AC. Well, that's gonna be my turn.
Alrighty. As Greyhound, we get to you.
Alright, is clean up a bonus action or is it just a move action?
To what?
To get up.
Oh, you're not prone.
Prone.
You managed just to save, so you weren't prone. You were just knocked 5 feet back.
Oh, okay. Well then Greyhound's gonna enter a rage. So he's just gonna start growling at the guy.
I'm just imagining this little kobold just start frothing at the mouth.
And
Puff up.
okay.
Puff up. I hate that.
And that's your bonus action to rage.
And in my main action, I'm gonna do a Draconic Cry.
Ooh, alright. That's a kobold
It
thing, isn't
gives
it?
any enemy. Yeah, it makes any enemy within 10 feet of me have like all the allies have advantage on attacking them within 10 feet of me. Sorry, next turn, you and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against the enemies that could hear you.
Okay, so instead of using it as your bonus action,
it's-
using it as just your action.
Yes, just my action.
Let it cry to the start of your next turn. And your allies you and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any of those enemies who could hear you. You could use this trait number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all when you finish a long rest. Alright, cool. So as you kind of scream at it, you watch as its eyes kind of wince a little bit as it, like, your roar itself almost seems to make its whole body shudder a little bit. And is that your turn?
And that's the end of my turn. Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
As it doesn't quite care for that, as it's going to attempt to bite you.
Alright, it can try.
Does an 18 hit you?
Yes, but I'm also going to uncanny dodge that as a reaction.
I would say probably smart.
Yeah. See how much damage it does to me.
As like, if it wasn't for your rage and your uncanny dodge, so okay, I gotta do quick math here. Okay. Ooh, sorry. You take 8 points of piercing damage after you have it with your rage and your uncanny dodge. As you watch its mouth just wrap around you and bite down, you flex your muscles like, Raz! Like, you hold its jaws back, but you still feel a little bit of that piercing damage as it bites into your flesh. As you really, like, as like, as you throw it back, you're like, whew, man, that could have really hurt.
Yeah, he's just gonna growl and say,
Is that the best you got? More,
As
give me more!
Dain, it is now your turn.
Alrighty. I'm gonna move here and attempt to pick up my axe.
It is still 5 feet away from you from that point. You have to go into the square to pick it up.
Actually in the square? Okay.
Yeah,
Which would invoke an attack of opportunity, wouldn't
it would. Sorry.
That's alright. Never do it.
Does a 16 hit you?
It does not.
As it attempts to bite at you. Arf! You manage to just like whoop 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 whoop. You just get out of its way, and it'll take your action to pick up your weapon.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my weapon and kind of just hang out, and that'll be my turn.
Alrighty. As it is its turn, it's going to burrow under the ground.
Oh no. Oh no.
And
Time to play whack-a-mole.
as Milo jumping out of the earth itself, it leaps on you. As I need you to make me a strength or dexterity saving throw of your choice.
Very well.
Dang it, where'd it go?
I'm gonna reroll that.
And unfortunately, you do fail, as it leaps upon you and starts to tear at you with its mouth and claws, and you're completely caught off guard as she's like, I was hidden! And it just rips into you, dealing a total of 27 points of piercing and bludgeoning damage.
I'm assuming I can't uncanny dodge that.
You can uncanny dodge one of them.
Help him out, please.
One of them was 12 bludgeoning, the other one was 15 slashing damage.
I'll do 15.
Okay, so that'll drop it down to a total of 19 points of damage total that you've taken. Because as it plunges, it jumps onto you, you're like, ooh! And you watch as its claws are just ripping at you. You're just uncannily just like, ooh, ooh, ow, 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 ow. And it is now your turn, Milo, as you're currently prone underneath this thing.
I'm gonna drop my bow, pull out a dagger, and then stab it.
Go for it. You do have disadvantage on this attack if you're remaining prone, by the way.
I'll get up first, then attack it.
Okay, you'll have to use 5 feet to move just to the side to get out from underneath it, and then
That's
half of your
fine.
movement to get back up. As a 25 will definitely hit. Let's see, we'll move you there. And you have a total of, was it 25 feet of movement?
Yeah.
So you have 10 feet of movement left at your disposal.
Okay.
As you take your knife and you stab it into the eye. Whoosh! As it takes 7 points of piercing damage. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Dang it. Dang it. Okay. There. Alright, and is that your turn?
Yep.
Alright, Talos, we're back to you.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try hitting it again. Again, I'm gonna try to aim for its, because I can't reach its underside from here, so. Attempt to hit it on its, exposed feet. 16.
As This thing is incredibly hardy.
One more.
Oh no, he has advantage.
He's
I have advantage.
He's not quite murder sandwich with you, though, is the problem. He's currently on the side right here.
Right.
Oh, he's right. That is right. I forgot. So, yeah, that is a 21, and a 21 will hit as you come down on one of its back toes and crack! Which deal that amount of bludgeoning damage. Plus that much radiant damage.
14. And here we go again. That one don't.
Yeah, fortunately, that time you smack it again and boom, like you're able to find a few cracks in its armor here and there, but this thing, as you're looking at it, you realize these things tend to burrow under the ground, and this one seems to be older, and it must have a hardier hide than the other bullets that are around.
Alright, I'm gonna prep my Searing Smite then.
With your bonus action?
Yeah. Wait, why is it not letting me select it? It's showing like, okay, you have spells and attacks, but I'm like, okay, why isn't it showing up then?
Searing Smite, a concentration.
Let me see.
It is a concentration up to 1 minute, and what was the previous spell you cast? Shield of Faith?
Shield of Faith, yeah.
Which I think is also another...
Concentration is 10 minutes.
Yeah, so you currently have concentration on Shield of Faith. If you want to do Searing Smite, you will lose concentration on your Shield of Faith.
I'll just keep the Shield of Faith then.
Okay. And is that your turn then?
Well, since I haven't moved, I'm gonna over to here.
I just try to dodge a swinging tail. Woo, woo. Fun fact, if you look at the token, it looks like there is a shark on top of another creature.
Yeah.
Land shark. And that's your turn?
That's gonna be my turn.
As Greyhound, we move on to your turn. As you still maintain your rage as you did get hit. It says at the start of your next turn, that means that you no longer have advantage on attacks on it.
Yes, my track ends on my turn, so yeah, it doesn't have it now.
Yeah, because it says until the start of your next turn. Woo! Natural 20.
27 hit?
Yeah, natural 20. That is a critical hit. Do you want to flavor and explain what the others would see?
You see like 2 tattoos on Greyhound's arms, each of them. One's kind of pinkish red. That's next to his shoulders. As there's one that's ethereal blue on his next to his wrists. The red immediately glows up, and a blade made out of psychic energy just gets created, and he swings at the land shark, and he hits, I guess, as he's screaming. He's a very loud boy.
And go ahead and roll damage on that.
Damage.
If you click the soul knife, you should be able to roll the damage. The 13 does not hit, though.
Yeah. So, +2 since it's raging. That adds my strength modifier.
And
So
go ahead
that'd be
and click that
9
again
damage.
because it didn't count for the critical.
Say double it up because it's the crit.
Oh yeah.
So that's going to be 7 plus 13 plus an additional 2 for 15 total.
Yes.
Alrighty. As
And,
you take in and whoosh.
And then Greyhound's gonna immediately use the Chrono Cry again. And that's gonna be the end of his turn.
As it splits its size again and just starts to paw in your direction. It doesn't hit you, but it's just like, yeah, stop.
Yeah, no.
As we get up to
the screaming banshee.
As you scream at it, it kind of turns towards you, Talos, and decides, you look tasty. Arr! And oh no. Hey Talos, you remember your helm?
Yeah.
As the jaws start to wrap around you, you're like, this is going to critically injure me.
Oh gods.
Is there anything you want to do about that?
Sigil activate.
As you reflex, use your reaction to just like, oh no, and you manage to negate the damage that's about to hit you.
What, did it roll like a nat 20?
Yeah, it was a critical hit.
Oh god. It's like, oh no. It's like, protect me, Lord.
So instead of taking the critical damage, you are taking 24 points of piercing damage as it bites down upon you. Arrgh!
Jesus.
As you feel your bones starting to creak as you're like, ah! As it kind of whips you around a little bit, and then spits you back on the ground as you slide backwards. You're like, ow!
Oh, I feel like a freaking chew toy.
Dear, that sounds like it hurts.
As it looks at you, and you can almost feel a satisfaction come from it as it took out a decent chunk out of you. As Dain, it is now your turn, where you see the big bullet currently chomping down on Talos, and you see the other bullet, which is a little smaller, currently taking on Milo.
Alright, is it... I'm guessing it's under the mushroom, Milo.
Yes, it's under the mushroom with Milo.
Cool. Move here and smack it from behind.
Go for it. I will say that you're flanking with Milo, who is no longer prone, so you will get advantage on this attack. And with a very near critical, you do definitely hit.
Yeah. Alright, so there's the oof.
That's 15 plus 7.
And the 1d12. Oh god, that was a 8.
Plus
Crap.
2, so that's a total of 24 points of damage.
And I'm gonna hit it again on the backswing.
Go for it as you bleed down and you take a good chunk out of it, and a 17 will, or 28 will definitely hit.
Alrighty.
As you whoosh, and it's just you see that starting to feel very weak. As that's another 11 plus 19 plus 6 for 25. As you wha-bam, and you cleave it like this. For this one, you're noticing that your axe is digging into it like you would expect it to, and you see a lot of blood gushing out of it as it's starting to sway on its feet a bit. Is that your turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
As it definitely did not appreciate that. It looks at you, Milo, and with its dying breath, it's going to attempt to bite you.
Okay, cool. That makes sense.
As you were its main target, is still trying to go for you. With an 18 to hit.
I believe that hits.
Oof. As it wraps its jaws around you, and I imagine you uncanny dodge as... Right?
How much is it hitting me for?
It's about to hit you for 33.
I'll take it.
You're taking the 33 points of damage?
Jesus Christ.
As it wraps its jaws around you, and arrgh, you feel 33 points of piercing damage as it just chomps on you like a chew toy. And you're like, ah! As it is now your turn, Milo.
Okay, I'm gonna attack it. With my dagger.
Go for it.
And I have advantage, correct?
Yes, because you were in a murder sandwich with Dain. And an 18, a 21
21.
officially, 21 definitely hits. 21. And how do you kill it? How do you do this?
I'm gonna find that entry wound into its eye that I've already made and just dig my dagger deeper into there.
As it's currently chewing on you, you take your dagger out, flip it in your hand a little bit, grab it and thrust it down underhand style into its eye again as you dig deeper until you feel a tink as you feel you hit something hard as half of your arm is through its eye socket. It's just like, and you feel its jaw loosen its grip as it slumps on the ground in a heap.
And as my reaction, I'm then going to get a soul token since a enemy within 30 feet of me died.
Alrighty. As you're left, you just breathe in that soul as you just take a few heavy breaths as you're like, oh, okay, that hurt.
And that'll be my turn.
Alright, that's Talos. We get up to your turn. As you hear silence over the other area that you heard some struggle earlier, but you're a little too focused on the current giant bluet that is bearing down upon you and just took a huge bite out of you.
I'm gonna, as a bonus action, do that thing that we do for the potion, for the healing potion. I'm gonna do a superior healing potion.
Bonus action superior?
Yeah, so that's what roll. What should I roll?
Superior healing was a 1d, or it was a 1. Was it that the 4d?
It's a 8d superior one. Let me see. There's supreme, superior. This is superior, so.
Elemental P to R. There we are.
Superior. Should, on the roll 20, in other words,
here it is.
Here's
Superior is 8d4 plus 8.
Alright, give me just a sec.
I really need to get a bookmarking thing for all these pages.
I am. 8d4 plus 8.
I could probably ask my wife. She probably has some things that she uses for her organization at the library. Woo! As you take and you take out the bottle from your pocket while still holding onto your warhammer. You uncork it, boop, and just.
Plus 28. So I'm back, baby. Back to 8. I'm back to full.
As you pretty much undo the damage that was dealt to you.
My turn, Rich. I'm a swing.
With advantage.
26.
As yep, that definitely hits as you swing up with your warhammer, coming in low, and you crack into his jaw.
So it's 12.
As you take a chip out of its hide. You swing again?
Oh yeah. 22.
As that also hits.
And I'm also gonna proc one of the other thing on my hammer for the. Let me see what's it. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. I'm also gonna do the psycho. It has to take a saving throw of 12.
Alright, so it has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep, wisdom saving throw of 12 or higher.
Got a 14.
Damn.
As you crack it again, wha-bam! Wha-bam! You see chunks of its hide coming off with each blow as the searing radiant heat from your warhammer is coming off of it. But it still stares at you with its beady eyes, with a hungry glare.
And by the way, it only took 8 damage from that second hit.
Yep, I see that.
But that's gonna have
I will
to be
also
my
tell
turn.
you that as you're continuing to hit it, like it seems like you're hitting it half as hard as you would feel like you should. Like every blow that you take into it, you're giving it your all, but you feel as if it's only taking half of what you're dishing out. As Greyhound, it is your turn. As your cry ends, you currently no longer have advantage on attacking it, but if you move to the one space over, you could have flanking bonus. Up to you.
Can I use deception to get it to start attacking me?
You wanted to use your action to basically
Or do I
goad
have
it to
use,
attacking
like,
you?
Persuasion. Yes.
Yeah, you could try being do some like pass on it like pa 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 like rah, ah, make yourself a more enticing target. That'll be persuasion against its insight.
Yeah, Gotcha. Yeah, Greyhound's gonna be just smacking on it, saying like, "Attack me, motherfucker! I'm your
Come
opponent."
at me, bro.
Hopefully this works.
Come at me, bro. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? Come at me, bro.
18. Does 18 work?
It ties with an 18 as well.
Fuck. Wait, does that mean it meets beats?
It meets it beats, so you as you kind of you watch as it go. It seems to as it turns to face you.
At the moment, its eyes lock on with Greyhound's. He's immediately do another draconic cry. That's a bonus action.
Ree! As it wants to get paused at you, like, stop!
As that's the end of my turn.
It clearly does not appreciate you doing that, as it hits you for 26.
26. I am. Oh no, I'm out of rage currently.
Oh, yeah, you don't have rage
I'm gonna
anymore.
uncanny dodge that.
Because you're currently out of rage. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm gonna uncanny dodge that at least though.
Oh no. That's the good thing you're uncanny dodging it.
You said a 22. Oh, you took into account that I had that shit. Oh. How much damage do I take?
It's a 26 to hit you, and with your uncanny dodge, you're taking 19 points of piercing damage as it bites you. Arrgh! Definitely taking into account that you wanted it to attack you. As you
Okay, so with the uncanny dodge, it's 19.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
As Dain, it is now your turn.
Alrighty.
HP is meant to be used.
I'm going to use my action to dash as well to get the extra 25 feet.
Sounds good. So you see the other bullet at the other side of the field with Talos and this kobold that you saw earlier, like barely staying on the ground, and she just.
Those dwarven sprinting.
Very, very dangerous over short distances. Waters are natural.
As you use your
I'm
action
gonna
to
yell
dash.
at him. You call that running?
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. As Milo, it is now your turn.
Okay. I will. There. I'm gonna drop my dagger again, pull out my bow, and then I will shoot.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Goliath. I'm assuming 13 does not hit.
No, as you take your arrow and it just bounces off the hide of this thing, and it doesn't even seem to notice the attack as the arrow just sinks into the ground. A little smolder of the mushroom nearby.
That's my turn.
All right. And so at the end of your turn, we get back to Talos. As you see, is the little kobold just got almost completely swallowed up by this giant bullet thing, as it just and this little kobold seems to be kind of doing its best to hold its jaws back, just like
So I'm a and swing again. 22.
Definitely hits.
They roll that radiant. So that's 12 damage. Go for it again.
As you bam, and with 25, that definitely hits as well.
Alright, let's see. That's 11. D8. 12 damage.
As you bam, as you continue to wail onto it, you're starting to notice that it seems to be maybe at half its original strength, as it's starting to breathe a little harder. As that the end of your turn?
That's gonna have to be.
As we get back to Greyhound, who has very much has this thing very much, its sight is very much on you.
Since I'm not in rage currently, I'm going to cast Green Flame Blade. Yeah, Green Flame Blade. Gotta make an attack action, I believe. Yeah.
Uh, 22 will hit.
Nice.
Wow, you
So
are
I gotta do the
hitting very much. Like, this thing has a lot of AC, and you guys are rolling real well.
That's that damage, and then put in that shit.
Ooh, 9. That's pretty good.
Flame blade damage.
Target suffers the weapon's attack normal effects. You can cause a green fire to leap for the target to a different. Let's see. You brandish the weapon used in the spell's
Maybe I
casting
misunderstood that.
to make an attack with it. On a hit, the target suffers the weapon attacks normal effects. You could cause the green flame to leap from target to a different creature of your choice that you see within 5 feet of it. The second creature takes fire damage equal to your spellcasting ability modifier.
So I misunderstood. Fuck. Okay. Well, this takes the 9 damage then.
Gotcha. What was the 2d8 for?
That would have been the green flame. I thought the green flame blade does damage to the enemy that you attack.
Not quite. At 5th level, the melee attack deals an extra 1d8 fire damage to target on hit. So, I mean, technically, you deal 1d6 plus 1d8.
1d8. Oh, okay.
Because you're at 5th level with that. Oh wait, or you're only at 1, aren't you?
Yes.
Uh.
Oh wait, yeah, that means it.
Yeah. Man, this is a bit of a confusing one, isn't it?
What? Even I'm confused. I'm like, wait, what?
So I'm trying to read the
I
details.
retract the green flame blade.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
just use that normal attack.
yeah, I'll just let you do a normal attack since you weren't quite sure, because I was reading this, I'm like, ooh, there's something about this that's a little weird.
Bonus attack. 22.
That still hits. As you take one of the blades from one of your hand and swing it out, whoosh, you take your other hand and whoosh.
7 damage. And as my bonus action, I'm gonna do my last draconic roll. Oh no, actually no, wait. I'm entering rage.
Smart.
I'm not doing my draconic roll. I'm doing rage.
I was about to say that might be smart because it's currently its turn now, and it's once again trying to eat you.
Got a little kobold frothing at the mouth, just staring at this giant land shark.
I'm assuming a 28 hits you.
Yes, it does.
Ooh.
Actually, wait. Is it 28? No, actually, I can't do anything about that.
Is it a critical hit?
Uncanny dodge.
Not quite critical, but oh, did it roll really well. So, uncanny dodging this one?
Yeah.
That's
Passing it twice.
that is very smart. Because you'll be, with your uncanny dodging, you're taking 13 points of piercing damage this time, as it bites down upon you again. Arrgh! And you're screaming at its face as it's biting down upon you. It's like, ah! And trying to do your best to wiggle your way out, but it's still managing to get a good bite on you as, yeah, you receive 13 points of piercing damage. What was originally 55. As Dain, it is now your turn. As you see that this little kobold is currently getting eaten alive.
Alrighty, so I'm... what is it? I have something for this. No, that's just makes it complicated. Okay. I'm gonna move forward by 5 feet. One moment. I need to figure something out. Oh, it is. I'm gonna hit the big land shark from behind.
Go for it. With a 14, you take your axe and you swing at it once again as you attempted to before, and you realize, oh, right, this thing isn't, our hide is a little thicker than the smaller ones as you grind against its hide and it doesn't even notice your attack.
I'm gonna try again. What about this time?
That time it does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it like this for a minute, just so I can just so it calculates all at once.
Ooh, toasty. As you and you slash down and into its arm, into its hide again, and it's this time, and as it definitely felt that one.
And a quick question, without actually telling me how much, Dallen, are you below half right now on your HP?
No, I'm doing fine on health actually.
Yeah, as you look at Greyhound, like, without doing a medical check, you can see that he is definitely bleeding, this little kobold. But you can see that his muscles are still, like, bulging quite strong, and his stance is still upright. While he seems to have taken quite a few hits, he seems to be doing okay.
Alright. In that case, that ends my turn.
Alright, as we get to Milo, as it's your turn now.
Okay. Oh, that's alright. Move up 20 feet, and then I'll shoot it again. Hey Tim, quick question.
I don't
Yes.
like that giant circle.
Does my short bow use dexterity or strength as a modifier?
It's Dex.
Okay, I'm gonna change that real fast since it is apparently on yours is strength.
Oh, did it? Ah.
I was wondering why it only said +3 to that, so
Sorry, that is
all good.
That is so weird. I was not aware that that was a thing. Unfortunately,
17?
17. Once again, you take another arrow. As you slowly start approaching, you take shot after shot. Choo, choo. Thanks to the build of the meteorite arrows, they aren't shattering because you're hitting this thing pretty hard. But even still, like, you're not able to find the cracks in its hide to make the arrows stick as they just continue to bounce off. Pew, pew, pew.
That sounds about right. Okay, that's my turn.
As we get back to you, Talos.
Alrighty. Batter up. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
18 just hits.
Alright.
As you bring it down and you slam down, as more radiant heat comes off of your warhammer. As it definitely felt that.
Let's go for a second.
20 hits. Ooh, spicy.
11 this time.
As you,
It's like I'm just like
bam!
he's just Talos is just wailing on it and like doesn't he's just hitting it wherever he can reach at this point.
Yeah.
Like
You're seeing more cracks starting to appear in its hide, its rock hard hide, as you're trying to make any sort of opening to get into the softness of it, what you know has to be inside of it. As Greyhound, we get back to you.
Right? Yeah. Rage occurred. What else can I do? Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna do 2 attacks again.
Alright, as you look at this thing in its beady eyes and staring at you. Ooh, a natural 1.
Critically.
Uh-oh.
The blade just shatters as it hits him.
Well, hopefully not.
No, I'm a soul knife. I'm using like a psychic blades,
Okay, so
and I also have a 22.
I rolled pretty high on that one. Fortunately, as you swing your soul blade at it, it seems to grab it with its maw, and then it yanks it in a direction, pulling you with it onto the ground as it knocks you prone. And so I assume you get up with half your movement then?
Yeah, and
And then you make your second
can I
attack.
roleplay this one thing?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, then I make my second attack.
Yeah.
I get up and I just try jab at scums.
And with a 22, since you did get up, you won't have disadvantage. 22 will hit as it yanks you down, and you just like. And go ahead and roll damage for the second attack. Ooh, nice. You deal
With +2, so it's 10 damage. Some raging.
You continue to wail on it, and it's starting to. You feel it's starting to get a little wobbly.
Wouldn't Greyhound also get sneak attack since they're the enemy or friendly combatant also attacking this within 5 feet?
Let me double check that. Because in this case, it might. Let me just see what the sneak attack thing is. Yeah, this time I would say you would get sneak attack on it.
Oh, seriously? Thanks, Milo.
Yeah, it has a unique ability that means that this is literally the only case in which you can get sneak attack on this particular creature.
Damage.
Very nice, very nice. As you get into the you're from the position you're in inside the mouth, you're ripping at a new one as you're just like as in retaliation, it bites at you for a 29.
No, I have my bonus action.
Oh, you have your bonus action. Oh, I thought that was
as I'm.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
The sneak attack is once per turn.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't say it's a bonus action. As I'm cutting up its mouth, I'm yank it towards me using the blade, and I'm just gonna scream using Draconic Cry, my last one, into its ear.
Ree! As it just and then bites you for 29.
Yeah, 29 hits.
Ooh, are you gonna uncanny dodge this one too?
Yes.
Okay, good, very good.
It seems to have a high amount of damage, so I'm going to uncanny dodge.
As you take 11 points of piercing damage as it bites at you again. Before, after it bites you, let me do a quick check on it real quick here. Burrows into the ground. And all three of you that are within range, if you want to, you can make an attack of opportunity if you haven't not used your reaction yet.
Yeah, so I can't do it. They do have advantage.
Nat 20 definitely hits, Talos. You get double damage on it as you see it going underground and like, not again! Ha!
So, so 5, 8, 9, 10, 13. That's double damage, so double of 13, that's 26 damage.
It's not double damage, you roll 2 dice.
Oh, okay, then I'll roll it again.
Wow. You still got 5 on that one.
Yes.
What?
What?
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you got double damage.
26 damage?
So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, I just tried. Yep, double damage. I'm like, okay. There we go.
You get a brilliant smack on it as it's retreating. Boom! And then, Dain, are you attacking?
Yes, I'm also going to do...
As a 21 will hit.
Alrighty.
I told my friend we were at our sessions in the Underdark, and he keeps sending me mushrooms dancing.
Jeez. And that's 36 points of damage total. Oh my god.
Land Shark regretted trying to burrow down.
Dain, how do you do this?
Oh, I get it.
You just got it.
So as it's kind of like trying to burrow under, just take the axe just overhead, just slam it into its back.
And as you bury your axe into it, you see the crack as Talos made a magnificent crack into its hide. Crack! You see the wide opening as its carapace just splits open, and you're like, there! And you jump up into the air as you swing down with all your might, burying your axe into its back as it's going underground, and you go halfway underground with it as it stops with its back legs just dangling out as you hear as it twitches a little bit and then stops.
Is it dead? I'm just sitting there like,
I think so.
I'm gonna move up. Go ahead, Milo.
As it's dying, can I also use my reaction for tokens of the departed once again? Since it is within 30 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over to this little kobold and use one of my spells on it, my healing light.
He slaps his hand away from you. He slaps your hand away from him. Like, what are you doing? Get away from me!
I'm trying to heal you.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I'm gonna use Cure Wounds. On second level. So we roll 2d8s plus 2. That was low. You received 10 points of healing.
Ah, thanks.
So, Talos is a bit groggy right now. I almost died. It's like my life flashed before my eyes.
At least I'm still over half health.
Yeah, no. Who are by the? We didn't catch your name.
Alright, but if I tell you my name, you gotta give me your names.
I'm Talos Shucks.
Hi. Is he like kind of bashfully puts his hand, one hand to his chest, and the other hand to his back, and bows down and says,
I am Greyhound Oric.
Pleasure to meet you, Greyhound.
And you too.
As you hear in the back of your mind, I have an ally down there. He is called Greyhound.
You wouldn't happen to know Goliath by any chance?
give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull up his name so it looks like I actually know who he is.
You can roll me a quick history check as you hear the word Goliath, Greyhound, to see if you know what a Goliath is or if you're familiar with that term.
No, I got this. Give me a second.
Okay.
Oh, Alfred. Yes, he's a good buddy of mine.
Wait, why do you guys know Alfred is? As Greyhound kind of just tenses up with his muscles, like he's getting ready for a fight.
We ran into him upstairs.
Like,
As his tattoos start glowing.
Not the kind that you're implying. We were passing through the mountains, and he made his presence known to us
Multiple times.
Okay.
multiple times.
Yeah, he's a bit of a mean streak sometimes when it comes to intruders.
It is understandable.
But why do you let you into the secret passage? He never lets people go through here. Sasha, you okay, girl?
We are allies
Dog.
of. We're also friends of him, at least friends of his friends, the elves. And he opened up the passage for us so we could make a quicker travel than traveling through the desert.
Okay. Well, if you're a friend of Alfred, you're a friend of mine. How can I help you?
Well, we're trying to get through these lands to get to the city, the capital city. Yeah, I show them on the map here.
Yeah, Greyhound, they show you a map that you're not terribly familiar with. You see a great, what appears to be landmass and what appears to be symbols of what you can only assume might be water. And there's the spot just to the north of where they've marked their position, the northwest of their position, as a big capital city.
As Greyhound starts like stroking his horned goatee.
So he said that there should be a path down here that should lead us to the city here on the map. Apologize that we don't have the.
Would I know where that exit is?
Roll me a history check.
Tim? Fuck.
It's like, how far down this tunnel have you guys just point me like 11 feet? Like 10 feet.
I'll go ahead and give you advantage as well.
Can I do a reroll on that? Thank you.
Because you have been down here for a while.
No, it's not you. It's not better. It's not better.
I'll say with a 6, you
I
yourself
guess you've been wandering around.
Yeah, you've been wandering around. You've been busy hunting down here, in particular for your particular quarry. But you had heard rumor, and thanks to your goggles, you've kind of listened in and overheard rumor of an entryway somewhere to the northwest that was heavily guarded, and a lot of your enemies were cautioned not to go that way unless they had a large invasion force.
I mean, I have vaguely heard of an exit around here, but apparently it's not that safe. The people I've been dealing with around here, real nasty sort. They seem to believe they need an invasion force to get through that exit.
Well, if it's the only way, then fortunately, that's the only way we can take. We can't go back.
A quick question. Oh, what are you gonna say?
So we can't go back. He's already locked that end.
He sure does like doing that, doesn't he? Kinda just told me to help him out and then threw me in here and closed it up without me even saying anything. Although the people he's been fighting, did catch my eye though. Now, quick question. Were you the only 3 that showed up here?
We have a caravan over here, and
It's gone quiet. You all dead? Or is it safe to continue?
we're all good. We're all good. We'll be with you in just a moment.
Rayon takes another pomegranate out and just starts taking bites out of it. Now, I guess since you're friends with Alfred, I guess I'll be helping you.
That would be most excellent. Thank you.
Sure thing. As he takes another bite.
Yeah, Greyhound, as you take a look at this group, you can see that like the dwarf and the smaller person is currently looking around, and they seem very, like, you could tell easily in their eyes that they look a little lost. And you've been hunting down here for quite a while. You haven't gone too terribly far, no more than perhaps a few days in any direction, any one direction. So you have a good idea about what's around, and it's up to you whether you feel like you should be a guide for them or not.
What? I'll show you where I've been through, and we can figure out from there. As he takes the last bite out of his pomegranate. Man, it's just eating the shit while he's talking. His eyes are also going to dart towards Milo, because I don't think he's ever seen a halfling. He's going to ask her,
Hey, how old are you?
Excuse me?
How old are you?
Seems like a rude question to ask someone when you first meet someone, but
You seem a little young to be adventuring.
I kind of chuckle under my breath, like.
Milo's just gonna stare at you.
Greyhound's just going to stare back at you with a blank face.
I don't think he's ever seen a halfling before, my friend.
Yeah, and Milo, you take a look at this kobold, and it's quick to realize that this kobold is just a little shorter than you are. In terms of size, you're both very close together.
I mean, hell, I only started adventuring when I was 31.
Let me see.
Milo is still gonna remain silent.
Yeah, basically this kobold is just a foot smaller than you are. Congrats, Milo. You finally have a companion that is shorter than you.
And he thinks you're way too young to adventure.
As the caravan comes around one of the mushroom bends. Good lord, what are those? Seeing the corpse of one of the bullets and then the massive one that's halfway buried in the ground.
Not quite
I
sure.
call them land sharks.
Not quite sure, but they definitely have a very strong hide.
Greyhound just slowly looks towards Talos as he said what they were.
I just told them. Now,
Fuck, I just turned into Will Quinn.
Well,
Um,
are they useful for anything?
I do a history check on that?
Sure.
Or would I just know in general?
I mean, you rolled earlier for the fact that you know about them, and you know definitely to avoid them, but when you did your other roll about trying to figure out what its senses were, you didn't quite get that roll, so I'll say you still have to roll, because you don't know, you know a little bit about them, but you don't know everything. So let's have you roll again to see
Gotcha.
if you know the practical uses for its body. With a 13,
13.
you know that their meat can be harvested so long as you get through its thick hide. Now, because of its thick hide, harvesting its meat is difficult. But you have seen some of the tribes and whatnot that some of the creatures you've been hunting. You have seen them as like their packs or whatever hunt a few of these down. Mostly for defense, though. Not a lot. You know that not a lot of creatures actively hunt these things out. They usually are on the defensive against them. But if and when they do manage to kill one of these bullets, they tend to try to harvest its meat, since it is a large size and it tends to feed a lot. You thought you might have saw some of them use their hides as construction material for some of their abodes, but you haven't seen much else use for their hides.
Well, I do know that they're pretty good eating. You can feed it for a few days. A lot of meat on these things. He points at the giant one. But I've also seen that their hide's been used to make like buildings or used for construction.
Maybe we can at least get the cut up the smaller one, or at least attempt to, and have some extra food on hand, rather than having to dip into our supplies.
Milo, Dain, and Talos, if you want to, you could roll a quick history check for yourself. As you're getting more description and seeing these bullets and hearing the name, you might there might be something you might remember from your past.
Mm-hmm.
Dain
Okay,
remembers.
I might remember. I don't know what I remember, but I remember.
Dain and Talos. Back in Anarger Cool, after your fight with the Blue Dragon, you remember feeling the ground shake and hearing a loud noise before looking back into the arena and seeing it cleared out, as you were told that there were some bullets that were used to clean up the arena after every fight.
Hmm.
You never saw them because they were very efficient and quick about their duty, but now you have a good look at them, you can understand why the Anarians seem to use them to clean up their messes.
I'm not sure if I want to try eating this thing now.
Right, I have to start over and start trying to cut it up.
Well, I guess more for me then.
What type of roll do I need to do to
Survival.
try to harvest the food? Survival. Gotcha.
I'll try and help out as well. Never mind. I'm just gonna stand by and watch.
I'll try to, just like it's like kind of like shrug and. Yeah, I'm not like.
As you
try
attempt to
putting
take
my
your knives,
carving knife in it. Just tink.
Yeah, you both you've never harvested or dealt with these creatures before, so as you take your knife out and you're like, where do I even begin? As you watch as Greyhound just kind of hobbles over and just with efficiency that clearly they have done this before, you watch as they dig into the carcass of one of the bullets and just start cutting out flings of meat.
Yeah, I think it's best if we let you handle this. Not
Oh,
really
okay.
sure. Again.
State yourself.
I guess Graham just does all of that, does it, I guess, tries to do it for both.
Yeah, with a 14, you do you're not able to get a whole lot. I will say that obviously if you want to eat it raw, you could, but I'll say you get about a total of. Let me roll for that. Ooh. You get 15 rations worth of meat.
And Greyhound's gonna eat one of the carcasses, eat as much as his body can fill. Yes, he's just gonna eat it raw.
Because kobolds can just eat just about whatever they want, or at least attempt to eat whatever they want.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep on trying to eat it as long as you guys are there. And once you guys leave, he's gonna stop eating it.
You said you were going to help us?
He takes his head out of one of the carcasses that he's eating a hole out of into. It's like, oh yeah, yeah. As he takes off his goggles to show that he has like almost like crystal-like red eyes, and he's gonna start pointing everyone in one direction. He's gonna start walking that way, taking big steps, like he's proud of himself.
I'm kind of like a little confused, but I'm gonna make a gesture to the caravan to follow him.
Are we really following this vermin, Mr. Sachs? What even is that thing?
Greyhound doesn't respond to that.
Do you have a better idea of how to get out of here?
I'm not sure if we should trust a creature of the Underdark, but well, if you feel comfortable with it, Talos, we'll follow you.
Well, for now, we'll do it. We'll follow, and hopefully all goes well. Apparently, he's a friend of
Alfred.
Alfred.
He's gonna go back, Alfred!
There.
That is a rather small creature to be friends with such a large guy. Curious.
True.
You have an issue with
but-
small creatures?
He's smaller than you are, Milo.
And you have no issue with me, so what's the problem with him?
Well, you are common folk. At least you are a surface dweller. He's one of them underdwellers.
No, he said he was thrown in here also, so... Again, what's the issue?
I don't know. Not sure if we should trust him yet, but we have you to protect us. So if he tries anything, I trust that you'll be able to protect the caravan. All right. Yeah. As he
Quick
cracks the
question:
whip again.
would you guys? Quick question, Tim, out of character.
Mhm.
Would the caravan have like any pomegranate in there?
Jesus.
No.
Damn. Okay.
I rolled for
I can't
it,
get
and
semantics. All right.
it would not be amongst the rations. If they did, it would have all either been consumed or got ruined by the hot desert sun.
Hey, Graham would still have eaten that.
As the caravan, the wagons crack their reins and proceed to follow behind you.
Yeah, Greyhound doesn't have a horse or anything, so it's just taking big steps, making the caravan move really slow, I guess.
And so, as Greyhound begins to travel in a northwesterly direction with a bit of guidance from Dain and his compass, everyone proceeds through the caverns of the Underdark as the mushrooms continue to glow brightly. And if everyone's alright with it, I'm going to call a restroom break here.
Alright.
Sounds good.
All right.
Alright, we'll be back in 5 to 10-ish minutes.
Getcha. Must be a connection,
It's just like
because I heard no one talking.
Discord's been acting weird lately, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Oh, yes, you have arrived.
I have returned.
Ah,
Well, hi, you fucker.
oh lord. Is everyone back?
Nope.
I think that's everyone.
Yes.
No.
Lord.
I think of your imagination.
So, if everyone's ready, then we shall get back into Dundras and the Underdark.
Years ago.
As you all continue to travel on the Underdark, the pitch blackness of the area around you, mushrooms like bioluminescently glowing all about, revealing parts of the cavern that you never thought you'd see. The light provided by the lanterns of the caravans and wagons as they continue traveling forward. And I assume Talos, every once in a while, might have his either drift globe up, casting light, or his sword out.
Most likely the drift globe.
Yeah.
And then when it wears out, the sword.
I think the drift globe has a pretty... the daylight you can only use once a day, but I'm pretty sure the light you can just continuously use, if I'm correct.
Okay. Alright. Then probably it's the drift globe then.
Cause it to emanate the light or daylight spell. Once used, the daylight effect can't be used again until the next dawn. And yeah, so you can just continuously have the light for the light spell going on with the drift globe. Which the light spell works for an hour each time, so you have to continuously kind of boop it after an hour goes by, which in a way helps you keep track of time, as you kind of understand how long the drift globe lasts initially, and then you just boop it again after an hour goes by, and it reactivates just.
So it's like 3 o'clock. Boop, it's 8 o'clock.
Yep. Because normally you would, without the sun being overhead, you would have no idea what time it is. And so as Kevin continues to travel, the cavern now noises as the wet noises of sound just kind of emanate around you. What do you all do?
We should try finding a place to camp. We'll be going for for some hours, and I'm pretty sure some of you all need some rest.
It would probably help.
How are you holding up, Milo?
Milo? Are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was eating as soon as Talos said that, and did not realize I was muted.
Yeah.
I'm fine. We can keep going.
That's how bad those cuts were. Like,
Yeah, as you look back at him,
Roll I did for survival with Greyhound looking for a place to set up camp.
the 12, you see a few spots that you think could work, but you're more used to having a very small, like, mostly yourself, finding a place for yourself. And so you're like, oh, here's a good spot, but then you're like, oh, well, we got a lot larger group than usual.
Sorry about the stealth check. I was trying to do survival.
You clink around on the top of your horse.
We still
As you try to
see
use-
Talos.
You try to use echolocation to find a spot. Turns out you do not have echolocation proficiency. Are you going to give it a try, Dain?
Sure, why not?
Oof.
Meh.
Talos and Greyhound being the only ones with a fairly high roll, and that's still not ideal. Let me roll something just to see.
Dane's just looking around going,
Okay.
stone is stone, and just sits down on the ground.
I'll say after about
ain't it?
after about half an hour of kind of continuing forward and looking in a few spots, Greyhound, you spot something that you believe works, and Talos, as you kind of go over with him and have a look, you realize that while it's not the greatest, it doesn't provide a lot of protection, a lot of cover. It is large enough and wide enough opening that you can fit the entire caravan without getting wet or getting anything damaged.
Hey, why don't we go over here? As Greyhound just goes over and kind of just crawls into a ball and falls asleep.
Strange little one.
Well, I guess this is where we're settling for the night.
Yes, so.
Yeah, we should probably do a watch while we're down here.
I'll go ahead and take first watch. I'll let the rest of you get some sleep.
Aye, I'll take second watch in that case.
And I guess I'll take third since this other fucker decided to fall asleep.
Hear him snore looking.
So we have Talos first, Dain, Milo, and then Greyhound. As I assume that Milo will probably kick Greyhound awake when his time comes.
We'll see.
All right. As you all finish off your rations for the day and get your tent set up, anything you all wish to do before going to bed? Aside from Greyhound, obviously.
Yeah.
Just my usual check condition of armor and weapons and check my bag and such.
Investigation.
Ah yes, everything seems to be in perfect order.
Yep. You take a look, you're like... It takes you a second, but you're like, I feel like I've misplaced some rations here. And you're not able to... You currently are unable to locate 3 of your rations.
Oh, lovely.
Not saying they're gone yet, I mean, you just can't locate them. Talos, Milo, anything from you two?
Basic go. I'm just gonna do my basic go over my.
Investigation, then.
One sec.
Were you all setting up a campfire down here as well? Just curious.
Yeah, might as well.
Probably not. Oh, okay.
Sounds like a discussion.
8.
Everything seems to be in order. I mean, you don't see anything out of the ordinary.
I think we should set up a fire just for posterity's sake.
Alice, you do see all the glowing mushrooms around us, right? We're not trying
Yes.
to make more of a, hey, there's people here that should not be here.
True.
Doesn't seem that cold down here anyways. We should be fine for the night.
I'm in agreement with Milo on this one, Talos.
Very well.
Alright, so as you inform the rest of the caravan to try to keep light to a minimal, they all set up their tents and warily start resting for the night, giving you all a bit of a look before they go to bed. With that look, it says, "I'm trusting you to keep us safe here." As eventually everyone else goes to bed, and we have Talos with the first watch.
Yep.
Alright, as you go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Just a second. 7.
Or, not investigation, sorry, perception. Good lord.
Perception, okay.
Yeah, reroll that. You need a perception check, not investigation. Oh dear.
I'm gonna use my luck to re-roll that. One of my lucky points that I haven't used at all.
Sees a worm, he just picks up the worm and just investigates it.
That's better. As the rest of your companions go to bed, are you using your drift globe, or are you just going to allow the bioluminescence to provide you enough vision for the nearby area?
Bioluminescence.
Alright. That definitely does help.
Since we don't want to, as they say, don't want to draw any more attention than we need.
Alrighty. As you proceed to kind of take your watch, it is eerily quiet with still the same, like, it's hard to tell what is night, what is day without the sun being present, and so you're doing your best to kind of be in tune with everything as you can, but it's still not easy. As you proceed to kind of look around and carefully view the area, you're able to see several creatures seeming to move off in the distance. You see a couple bright lights scuttering upon the ground off in the distance before kind of disappearing behind some rocks and reappearing off a distance later and then disappearing once more. Thus far, you're not noticing anything terribly different. And the end of your shift comes, and you're feeling real tired.
Might as well go wake him up. I got over Dain. Dad, you're up. Yeah.
Is it that time already?
Just about. So far, nothing really much to report. There's some off in the distance, some glowing things that were moved, but they moved farther off away from us.
I'll keep an eye out. I'm gonna go and find a nice, comfortable-looking rock to sit on.
Don't get too comfortable.
It's still a rock, you can't get too comfortable on it. Let's turn things back to like a slab bed and it's like, never mind. Not great, but...
As Talos goes to bed, you take your watch. about roughly an hour passes by, and you're looking about, and you're like, okay. I need you to make me a deception check.
Who? Oh, Dain.
Dain.
Okay.
16? Question mark?
As you're currently walking about, you get an itch on the back of your neck, and you kind of scratch a little bit, and you feel it's still there. You quickly whip your head around as like you feel something weird inside of your head, as if you're not sure what's going on. You're like, and you look around, and about 30 feet off of the darkness, you see what appears to be a giant singular green eyeball blink once and then scutter away. As
I don't like that.
you feel as if something may have learned a secret of yours.
I really don't like that.
And do you do anything about that, or are you finished with your shift?
I don't even know what I could do about that.
You hear it scurry. You hear a bit of scurrying for at least a minute before there's silence in the area again.
I'm just gonna tightly grip my axe, and it's just like, just looking around, going like, well, making sure there's like nothing else, no giant green eyes nearby again.
And we get to the end of your shift as it's now time for Milo.
I'm gonna quickly go over and nudge Milo awake. It's your shift. No giant green eyeballs floating around. Bye.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay. Milo will get up and kind of do a once around the camp real quick.
Go for it. Have your perception check go. $15. Very nice.
Do I see any green eyeballs?
You do not. But as you are kind of slightly patrolling around, you do come to a particular spot where, as you look down, you see what appears to probably a few hours, but still slightly fresh. What appears to be a couple of footprints in the dirt. They appear to be 3 longer claws with a slightly smaller pad, and it ran off into it seems to have goes off into the distance. But the direction of the claws go from pointing inwards toward your camp, and then runs off like in the opposite direction.
That must have been what made that eyeball then, I guess. Okay. And during my watch, can I do one thing, Tim?
Depends.
Could I search a Greyhound's bag to make sure there's nothing that he could seriously harm the rest of the caravan?
Yeah, I say that you could make an attempt. It'll have the sleight of hand and, let's see, what is Greyhound's passive? Okay, yeah, you can make a sleight of hand check to see.
And since that is a roll of 9, and because of reliable talent, that turns from 20 to 21.
21.
21.
Yeah, you were able to easily kind of go through. Is there anything in Greyhound's bag that he would be finding?
A shocking amount of pomegranates. He doesn't have a whole lot. It's mainly just stuff to eat and live off of. Like, you've seen that the weapons he uses is created from his tattoos.
Actually, I wouldn't have seen that.
Oh, never mind. Okay. So I guess you don't know how he's been fighting.
You don't see any weapons in his bag, nor on him.
Just a shit ton of pomegranates. Got it.
He does have a bit of gold on him.
And a book, right? A wizard's book.
A book that's strapped to his belt.
Gold, you say?
Gold. Yeah, he'd have 640 gold right now, like in his backpack barrel.
Milo is going to restrain himself from taking the gold and just put the backpack back.
You managed to, as
one thing he would see is he does have like 3 nets in his inventory. That is something he would have. That's like the closest thing to like a weapon he would have.
Okay, so aside from a couple of nets, you see the gold and everything else, and with your nimble fingers, you make it seem as if you weren't even there. As you get towards the end of your shift, are you going to attempt to wake Greyhound and have him see if he's taken up the last shift?
Yes, I will.
All right, so Greyhound, you get shook awake.
Hey! It's my turn?
Shh. Gotta be quiet for the rest of the party. They're still sleeping. But yes, it is.
Yeah. As he kind of just puts his finger to his mouth, like kind of like he's doing the shush thing.
Yeah, right.
Anyways, I will catch you in the morning. Yeah, but yes, it is your turn for your shift. And then Milo will go back to bed.
Don't let the green eyes bite.
What green eyes?
As Greyhound just immediately just Greyhound enters stealth.
Go for it.
I see exactly where you are.
Greyhound just kind of crouches down, looking at you, thinking that he isn't seen.
It's like, you didn't see Eddie.
Well, you can't help but think, what an amateur.
I'm just gonna be staring at you like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm right here.
Right. Okay.
I know I may look
You're
young.
asking about green eyes?
You feel pretty stealthy against everything else, but this little guy, he seems to have a good beat on you.
I know I may look young.
Greyhound's
They're
gonna do a little
Greyhound.
squint at you. Greyhound squints at you and immediately starts speaking Thieves'
Do you understand me?
Ah, yes, I do.
Ooh, a fellow sneak thief.
I know it may not look like it to most people, but I've been around the block. Anyways, I need to go to bed now. Good night.
All right, good night.
And Greyhound's just gonna get on all fours and start running around the whole entire camp.
Go ahead and do a perception check.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, I was looking at it. It looks like you have the wrong perception on Greyhound.
Do I? I mean, let me see here. I mean, is your intelligence score correct?
Oh, no. Never mind. He actually has +2 perception. I've been doing his perception wrong. Okay.
What?
I've been doing his perception wrong. I guess I was using persuasion when I was using perception.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. That's still with a natural 20. Good lord.
Yeah, I have a +4 instead of +2.
Yeah, because you just have your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's one thing, the skill checks and everything else, I made sure that all those are up to code. Yeah, Greyhound, as you have a good look around the camp, as you're kind of you take a moment to take in everyone that is in this campground. You look at the dwarf. You see that he's got himself a nice looking shield and an axe nearby him. The Dragonborn. He himself has a nice warhammer, the hilt of what appears to be a sword, but the sword hilt doesn't have a blade in it, so you're like, that's useless. And you have another quick look at the halfling, and you're like, new respect. And amongst the rest of the caravanners, you see a lot of common-looking folk, people from the surface. You managed to sneak in a little bit and get an eye on this mysterious treasure, who you've kind of heard at the back of the caravan, but you get a weird feeling from him, and you decide that you don't want to hang around them too long. And then proceed to kind of...
Just looks at him disgusted and tries to get away from him.
Yeah. And you proceed to kind of go around. You also do find the tracks of what Milo saw earlier. And as you take a look, you're like, oh yeah, these look like Nothic tracks.
Nothic.
Yep, Nothic.
Do I need to do a history?
Yeah, you can do a history check if you want. With a 10, you don't know too much about
10.
them. You've barely come across them. You know they are not kindly creatures. They tend to not be terribly aggressive, though, unless you provoke them. But you know that for some strange reason, they had they're slightly humanoid in shape. They have very razor-sharp teeth and claws with a singular large green eyeball affixed to the middle of their head. And while you don't know too much about them, the gleam from its eye hints at some sort of weird intelligence, while also serving to have an unnerving malevolence to it. But you know that for the most of your interactions with them, they seemed more than content to watch, weighing and assessing you before deciding if it wanted to encounter you or not. But it usually did not strike out against you unless you start to get a little too close, then it would start to flee. But you feel like its animalistic instinct would strike back if you were to pose too much of a threat against it.
Okay. Greyhound's gonna look at that and just kind of ready himself just in case someone tries to come at him. But he's gonna be a little bit more alert now.
And as you kind of go around the camp, continuing to watch, nothing else happens during it, and until we get to a point where the other three begin to wake up naturally on their own.
And we all
benefit from a long rest.
From a long rest.
Yes, you all benefit from a long rest.
Let's go.
Charge.
As you all have entered another day on Dundras.
Woo.
Okay. As Greyhounds is waiting for everyone to wake up, he's gonna go to the first person who wakes up and is gonna ask them a question. But first, he's gonna see who wants to wake up first.
I'll wake up first. Why not?
All right.
Feeling very much at home, Dain, you naturally wake up without You don't really need this. You've gotten used to it, but you've never needed the sun to help you wake up. As she's just kind of, yeah. And you smell the caves and the dankness around you, and you're like, this is comfortable.
Reminds me of home.
Graham comes over to you with a pomegranate in his hand and he's gonna start saying, while I was on my way over, I started coming over to this place and met up with Alfred. I was actually on a job.
Oh?
I took a job to find this rat seller. He apparently was going around selling rats without a merchant's permit. They said to take them dead or alive. Would you wouldn't happen to know who that is, would you?
Did he have an uncomfortably large amount of rats in a single cage? With a very,
Yeah,
very
there was a
buff one?
description of him. Yeah.
Was there an extremely buff rat called Justin?
You would not
I
know.
heard there was an extremely buff rat, but
Yeah.
I don't know its name.
Yeah, you would not know any names, Greyhound, but you do know that he had a few signature rats that he used for protection.
Yeah.
Squeak.
I have heard about a particularly buff rat, but I never heard their names.
We may have come into contact with this person. They may have met an untimely demise, as well as
Any idea where his body might be?
Yeah. In a hole. I walk by as I'm walking by. I'm like in a hole, buried somewhere.
So I will not get paid for this job. Okay, got it.
my condolences.
Yeah, you remember that he was often buried on the opposite side of the desert, a little closer to where Port Lamontagne is.
Yep.
I'll bring up the map and kind of just like point to the other side of the desert. It's like, I mean, if you are heading out that way at some point, he's somewhere around this area. Kind of in an unmarked grave, though.
Right. Well, I guess I lost that job then. Anyways, you guys ready to head out? As he takes a bite out of his pomegranate.
I think that we are.
Oh wait, I'm being rude. He puts his hand in his bag and just pulls out a pomegranate. Would you like one?
I'm quite alright, thank you. I'm just gonna pull out my last rock cake to stop munching on it.
Okay. Puts it back in his barrel backpack. Alright. Crayon's gonna go over and sit in the front cart of the caravan, is kind of guide the people to it in a direction, so that we start moving faster.
So, you all proceed to gather up your things and get going.
Yep.
Alrighty. So, as you all pack up your stuff, a few of the caravanners light up some torches on their wagons again and mount up, rubbing their eyes a little bit. Are you sure it's even morning? It's so dark out still.
According to our friend here, it's morning.
Ugh. I cannot wait to get out of these caves.
Agreed.
Hey, the caves aren't so bad once you get used to them.
Crayon's gonna lean over to Dain and just whisper, "Wimps, huh? Am I right?"
Dane's just gonna chuckle.
Like overworlders.
All right. So, as you all proceed across the rocky land with mushrooms and moss growing rampant all around, what's our marching order for today?
Well, Greyhound's gonna be in the front cart, so he's gonna be in.
Yeah, Dallen took his horse with him back to ride towards Anarcher Cool. So, the poor little 2-foot kobold's got to like ride with someone else or ride on the first cart.
Go in the middle today.
Yeah, so Dain in the front with the kobold, Greyhound. And then Milo, you taking the rear?
I suppose so.
Alrighty. And so you all begin your march towards the northwest. I need someone to roll me a d50.
Sounds good.
Cheating up on us.
A little bit. 33. As you proceed to travel throughout throughout the day, the cavern continues to get wider in some places and shrink in a few others. It's hard to tell exactly what kind of pattern would be making these interior caverns. As you come to a point where there's a natural land bridge that goes over. It's only wide enough for a single car, so each of you have to go single file as you kind of go over. As you do, those of you that look to your right, or to this is off the this natural land bridge, it's a little hard to see, but below there's an interesting sight as there almost appears to be stars underneath you. And as you kind of look, one of the wagons knocks off a rock off of the side of this natural land bridge, and it goes down. And then you all can hear a like slight splash as suddenly the stars begin to flash and ripple across the entirety below you.
Luminescent insects, maybe?
As Greyhound, you're familiar with the natural lake that you're currently traveling over. And as
It's a nice sight, but I don't know why you guys are so fascinated by it.
We've never been. A lot of us have never been down here in the deeps.
No? Yeah, kinda. Probably better off, to be honest.
The Greyhound, you do know that while the water isn't that terribly fascinating, you know that approximately about 50 or 60 feet off the side of the bridge, there's a giant wall where there certainly is something that is certainly neat to look at.
Oh, Greyhound. Immediately, eyes start go over to that. What is it? Perception, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead and do a quick perception. With our advantage, since you are familiar with this area, at 14, you look over and you recognize the bones embedded into the walls of the tunnel. Ribs and a massive skull of an animal that seems to resemble some sort of gigantic deer poked partially out of the stone. Each of its teeth are the size of a man's fist. As you take a look over at the wall, and you still see that it's embedded there.
Was that there before when he came by?
Yes, that's how you knew where to look. Is you knew you were like around this area. You'd seen it before. It captivated your imagination previously, and so you think, I can impress my new friends with this.
Look at that giant deer over there.
What?
And as he points it out, you all kind of have a look, and you see the same thing: the bones of some sort of enormous creature that's just like half of it seems to be sticking out of the wall of the tunnel, and it seems to be it does resemble as if it would be some sort of gigantic deer. You see the antlers poking out, its ribs, and the way it's shaped. It is an interesting sight.
Most unusual.
Greyhound just puffs his chest up like, yeah, I'm pretty cool like that.
As the wagons continue to roll over this natural bridge, as everyone has a good eye in the gloomy darkness of the cavern at the skeleton, just kind of whoa, as they view upon these ancient bones. As you all continue to travel, surrounded by the glowing mushrooms that adorn the top of the cave, as they reflect below at the water below you, as it feels almost as if you're traveling through space. You continue on for a few more hours. As we get past noontime, you all continue to drink water and snack a little bit on some food. I'd like someone else to roll me a D1D50.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Alright. As you leave the large natural underground lake behind you, you start to continue traveling to the northeast as additional cave walls become apparent. And Dain, you have to continuously check the compass to make sure you're still going in the right way. A few entrances come by, and thanks to Greyhound's aid, you're able to identify which pathways you should be taking in order to go where you like the right direction and not get lost in the intricate tunnels of the system. But eventually you find yourself in a wide tunnel. It's a little bit shorter, as the stalactites seem to go like... some of you have to duck on the wagons as you're passing by a few of them, as they go pretty far down. And you have to avoid some stalactites and fissures that adorn this particular part of the cave. I would like you all to roll me a perception check as you continue to travel through this cave.
18.
22.
1. Not on that one, but a soft one.
Yeah. As you continue to focus on your compass.
It's always the same ooh, ah, and then there's running and screaming.
Okay, Malcolm, calm down.
And Talos, you don't see anything, but Milo and Greyhound, I will say, as you are continuing to traverse through the caverns, Talos and Dain, you're more focused on making sure the wagons are making it through without any of the wheels getting damaged by some of the sharper stalactites that adorn the ground. Greyhound and Milo, you notice something kind of floating and dipping in and out of several parts of the stalactites higher up in the ceiling.
Okay. Greyhound's gonna immediately get into like this battle pose. Immediately flex up and his tattoos start glowing. Be ready. I see something up on the ceiling.
Huh? What about the ceiling?
Something's moving around up there.
As you kind of take a look at Talos, you look around and you're still not able to see what he's talking about. Are you stopping the caravan, or are you all continuing to move?
I say keep moving.
Yeah.
Let's try to get out of this area. What do you guys think?
I'd probably say keep moving until we know it's a threat.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm just looking down at the compass, so I'm not paying attention to what's going on. I'm just going.
As you all continue to slowly move forward a little cautiously, I'll have you all roll another perception check after you travel another couple minutes through this cavern.
I think I noticed something this time.
You do.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure if I noticed anything.
Just eat a pomegranate right now.
And you definitely do, Dain, as you happen to look up just in time to see a weird sight. What looks to be a somewhat large brain with tentacles at the bottom of it, and on the front of the brain appears to be a beak. As does an 18 hit you, Greyhound?
Yes, it does.
Alrighty. Out of nowhere, jumping out from, after has been stalking the party through this particular part of the cavern, this particular creature jumps out and wraps its tentacles all around you, Greyhound, and proceeds to grapple you. As you take...
Question. Is Greyhound within 5 feet of me?
Would he be on your horse, or would he be on the wagon, is the question.
I think more the
He would be
wagon.
on the wagon.
Oh, yeah, then no, he would not be close enough for you then. As the horse is pretty big. That's going to be... You take 6 points of piercing damage, and I need you to do a Constitution saving throw for me.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Should be able to succeed this one. I say that, but I probably shouldn't have said that yet.
It's like you had to ask.
This is wrong. Stop. Better. Constitution saving throw.
Okay, you do save, so
A
as
15.
as you get grappled by your vision suddenly kind of gets a little blurred as these tentacles wrap around your face, and you're like, "Roar!" You feel the piercing damage. 4 plus 2, 6. You take 6 piercing damage as it wraps around you, but you feel a poison trying to enter your body, but you kind of flex a little bit and you manage to not. But you are completely grappled as it is going to attempt to. It pulls you off of the cart and drags you towards a fissure. As I'll go ahead and as he took a surprise round. Yeah, as that is the surprise round. The rest of you all can do an action real quick.
I'm gonna.
Milo's in near the rear,
Greyhound
so you can't do much, Milo. But yeah, Greyhound, Dain, and Talos would have an immediate reaction.
I'm gonna try to like run over and grab it and try to drag it away from the.
Greyhound is going to just slap his hand onto his book and just scream as he's casting Sword Burst. If he can.
Sword burst.
If I'm allowed.
You said you're casting
Yeah,
what?
Sword Burst. And use the Sword Burst.
Sword burst. Here we are. You create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around you. All other creatures within 5 feet of you must succeed on dexterity saving throw. Okay. And so for its dexterity... Okay.
So I can't do
Can you-
anything, even though I have alert.
It rolled an 11.
It failed.
Alrighty, so it takes 1d or 1d6 force damage?
3d6.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so it takes 3d6. Go ahead and roll that. I'll say you hear a commotion up there, but with a 16, yeah, I'll say after all this you would
13
notice it,
damage.
Milo. Yeah, as you just kind of and you hear
Does it get off of me now?
it still has a good hold onto you. If you wanted to,
Alright, I guess I'll...
was that your action
Oh,
to
wait,
use
wait,
that?
What you gonna... What,
Yeah, that was
yeah,
your
that was
action.
my action to cast that.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you
So I'll
could
use my bonus action to raid.
Yeah, if you wanted to... you are currently restrained still. Because you're medium or small, you're a small creature, so you're restrained until the grapple ends. While grappling the chart, it has advantage, it rolls against... when it moves, any is grappling moves with it. Oh yeah, that's what I thought. And... yeah, it currently has you about 15 feet away from a fissure that goes into the ground, no matter, you're not sure how far. And so you're now raging. Alright, so as you deal 13 points of damage to it and you rage, Dain, Talos, did you have anything?
I was just gonna ride over and try and smack it.
Alrighty, and then Talos, you were attempting to hold it, like, grapple on and try to prevent it from dragging Greyhound away.
Yeah, that's what I was playing.
Alright, you go ahead and make a strength, contested athletic check.
A strength what?
Athletics, competing athletics check against it. As you grab onto Greyhound and this weird brain tentacle creature, you're shocked to find that you yourself are getting dragged along with Greyhound towards this fissure. You're trying to pull back on it and you're not slowing it down. And Dain, you ride up and you attempt to smack it.
Yeah.
Go for it. Definitely hits.
Alrighty. 2d12 plus 1d8 because I don't have my Cosmic Fury. Is that 22? Can't see because thing's bugged out.
Let's see. That's 2d12 plus 7 plus 1d8.
Yeah.
Then that's 20 points of damage with your first strike as you slash into it. It hisses and that definitely hurt it. As it's starting to look a little weak with that. Are you doing again?
Yeah.
Alright.
There's a 17 here.
It does hit.
Cool. Takes another
Good
31
lord.
damage.
Yeah, with that, as you slash at it again, this time you cut all the tentacles off at its base as it just... and it flops onto the ground and just... and stops.
Greyhound, you alright?
Greyhound gets up a little angry and immediately takes a bite out of one of the tentacles.
And you can roll a history check on this creature.
Him having it in his mouth, is it poisonous? Oh,
Yeah, why don't you do a quick history check first to see if you know what this thing is?
gotta do a strength check.
History, please.
Yeah.
Discord is really bugging out today.
Natural 20. You've come
Got it.
across quite a few of these in the past. You know this is a grell. It resembles a bulbous floating brain with a wide, sharp beak. It has 10 long tentacles that have hundreds of ring-shaped muscles sheathed into tough fibrous hide. Sharp barbs line the tip of each tentacle and inject paralytic venom if it succeeds in its attack. The grell could partially retract its barbs into its tentacles to handle or manipulate objects it doesn't want to pierce or tear. They have no eyes, they float by means of a sort of levitation. They have keen hearing, however, and their skin is sensitive to vibrations and electrical fields, allowing them to detect the presence of creatures and objects in their immediate vicinity. They have an ability to manipulate electricity to sense and move, also allow it to absorb lightning without harm. Although solitary by nature, they sometimes gather in small groups called covens. But they do prefer to ambush lone creatures or stragglers, hovering silently near the ceiling of a passage or cavern until a suitable target passes below, whereupon it descends quickly, wraps its tentacles around its prey, and then floats away to its lair with the paralyzed creature in its clutches. But you've survived. You managed to save your throw, so you were not paralyzed.
I would like to make a perception check to make sure there's none still around.
Go for it.
Yeah. Here it goes.
14. As you have a look around, you listen carefully after the commotion as the rest of the caravan rolls up and then stops, like, what was that? And you're like, shh, and you listen and you look around and you cannot sense any other creatures in the vicinity.
What was it called again?
A grell.
Damn grells. As a greyhound feels the back of his head, feels a little hole. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you're bleeding a little bit as it managed to stick a couple barbs into you, but you were able to resist its paralytic poison.
Yeah, I'm fine, Dain. But, I'm a little mad now.
I could gather that. I would also be rather mad being dragged off by one of these things.
Yeah, as Greyhound starts wiping all the froth out of it, off of his mouth. As his rage ends.
Yeah, that almost got interesting. If it paralyzed you, it would have dragged you to a fissure, and the party may have had to do a few things to save you. Let's just say. Also, it had an incredible athletics check against you, Talos. Like I was like, wow, it's dragging you too.
All right. Well, as Greyhound kind of just kicks the brain, spits on it, and is like, well, we want to get going again?
Hey, we should probably get out of here before any more of them show up.
Greyhound is going to kind of try to be a little sneaky, but he's going to take his scarf off, kind of check it to make sure there's no damage on it.
Investigation check.
He's trying to make sure he doesn't show any of his neck, though.
Oh, you're deceptive. You're kind of doing it sneakily.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand, then.
So, discussion. Sleight hand. Gotcha. 14.
Anyone that wants to could try to perceive this, if they feel like it, or if they don't feel like their character would, then you don't need to make the roll. But anyone that would, could. Dain sees it.
Oh, okay. You start looking at a Greyhound as he's taking off his scarf. It has like silver scales on it. But as you look at his neck, you see a brand saying Z-4. And you see Greyhound like is really trying to hide it.
Talos, you don't see this. You just see Greyhound like kind of rubbing and just like checking himself to see if he had any additional wounds. And you're just like, yeah, makes sense. And Milo, you would have ridden up at this point in time as well after hearing the commotion. And you're like, eh? And then you would see the brain and you're like, eh.
Okay, so I could do this check.
Yes, you could also make the check if you want. You don't see it, though. I will say you kind of recognize that...
Actually,
oh.
I would, because I rolled a 4, and because of reliable talent, and I have proficiency with it.
With perception?
Yeah. Because of... Where is it? Because of Whispers of the Dead, I gain proficiency with a skill I don't have when I finish a long rest. So I've been putting that point constantly into perception.
Oh, I see. So you get it from a class ability.
Yes.
And let me just double check the... where was it? Oh, that's... Ah, there it is. Whenever you... Let's see. Find your chosen skills until they purchase. But whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you could treat a... Okay, so then... Yeah, so then that would be a 15 then?
Yes.
So yeah, and then, yeah, you beat him out as you kind of eye, and you do see that brand on his neck as he quickly kind of covers it back up with his scarf, seeing that his scarf and that particular area are intact both. They weren't hit by the attack. So Dain and Milo both see that. Talos does not.
He also kind of dart over it to you guys, kind of like as he puts it back on. He's like, "You guys ready to go?"
Ready when you guys are. Thane's gonna make no indication that he's seen it.
That thing's gross. What the heck is that? It's like some sort of giant brain. It's got a beak.
I call them brain beaks.
Ugh,
Yeah, brain beaks.
disgusting.
They're calling me. And Greyhound kind of just takes his hood off and shows the little hole in his head, in the back of his head.
Ugh.
You tried getting me.
Yeah, let's move on before any more come by. He
That'll be wise.
cautiously looks around. And you hear a crack of the reins.
Greyhound immediately hops back on.
Alright, so as the caravan moves on, if no one else has anything else,
Nothing on my end.
all right.
Let's go.
As you go on, a few more hours travel by as you continue through some winding caverns. There's a few more where you come up to just a wall of a cave, but then Greyhound is able to guide you over to a nearby entrance that continues further in the direction that you need to head. Until eventually you kind of get to a point where everyone is starting to feel heavy eyes and feeling really exhausted. I assume that's checking for a place to camp.
Yee yee yee.
Very nice. With the 20, you easily find a Dain.
No, that's stealth.
Not 20 from Dain. Very nice. So between Greyhound and Dain, it makes a lot of sense for you, Dain, because Greyhound spots it first, but Dain, you were quick to be like, "Oh, this is perfect." As you find on the side of the cave, or well, side of the cavern wall, a miniature cave that goes a short distance into it, and Dain, you were quick to pat around and like, yeah, everything's solid here. There's no loose rocks. There's like, it's very solid. As you have discovered a very nice small alcove that would fit the entire caravan perfectly and keep you concealed pretty well.
Hey, I think we've got a good spot over there. It's nice, secluded, safe place. Don't know about you guys, but I'm camping here for the night.
Greyhound just hops off the cart and starts checking all his barrel to make sure there's all the pomegranates are intact, like all of his gear is intact.
Investigation. The rest of the caravan proceeds to set up their tents and put up their gear and everything. A 14. You see that a few of the pomegranates did get jostled earlier, but everything's still, all your food and supplies are still intact within.
Takes a deep breath. Thank God the pomegranates are fine.
Thank who?
Tim, I guess.
I thought there was something specific about Greyhound that.
It's a figure of speech, my guy.
I know, but just kind of curious.
He's aware of their presence. He doesn't worship them.
Okay. But
He looks down on that practice.
wouldn't thanking them be a form of praise, though?
All right, how about this? Thank the barrel for protecting my pomegranates.
That works. And so as you all set up your camp, finish off your rations for the day, make sure you all mark off another ration. As I assume you all are still keeping track of that quite well. I hope.
Oh, of course. Wink, wink. Yeah, I'll take 2 off.
I assume Dain this whole time has been continuously providing from the alchemist jug water.
Yes.
I'll keep assuming that until you say otherwise.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really make Black Spire Reserve on this one, so.
And as a bonus, since the party is no longer an area that requires as much, you do have some access water that you're able to help refill some of the barrels of water to help keep some of the other members of the caravan their supply a little bit better. Helps them keep that water supply from dwindling as quickly.
Yeah, I'll do that with the excess as well, like slowly over time, just like refilling the barrels.
I assumed as much. Alright, and so you find yourself when you can definitely feel that it's late. What do you do? Anything before you all go to bed?
Just the usual with Dain. I'll run my.
Oh, hey, you found one of your rations, but there's still 2 more rations that are missing.
Good, I found one, but concerning about the rest.
Aside from that, everything else still seems to be there. It's interesting. It's weird how these bags of holding work, isn't it? You have a bag of holding, don't you?
I don't really have one, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, there
I
was
think I'm the only
Talos,
one
wasn't
without
it?
one. Yeah, Talos has one. I just have a standard backpack.
I gotcha. Now that would make sense why you lost a couple things, because normally if you have a bag of holding, you just summon it, and it's just so long as you know what is in there, you can just summon it, or just outright dump the entire bag.
Yeah. When we get to Lancasquer, I might have to try and procure one.
Anything from you, Talos?
Greyhound's gonna.
I guess not. Yes, Greyhound?
Greyhound's gonna open up his spell book. You start studying it, trying to learn some more spells, I guess.
I'm assuming
We have
Talos. Yeah.
Alright, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was trying to talk and I was like, why can't you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's a.
Talos is gonna do some of his prayers, and then he's gonna go through his regular of checking his gear and whatnot.
Sounds good. We'll finish up with what Greyhound was doing real quick.
All right.
Yeah, Greyhound's just studying his spell book because it has more spells than he knows in it. But he's just reading it right now.
And then for you, Talos, I'll have you roll me an investigation check. And then anything from Milo?
Milo is gonna go ahead and write a couple of notes.
Very good. You step off to the side and scrawl up a couple of notes.
Investigation.
In the process of looking into your bag, Talos, you accidentally dump out the entire contents of your bag of holding
Oh god.
Oh dear.
as it scatters across the cavern floor.
How do I roll a 0?
You have a -1 to your investigation.
Jeez.
Apparently,
Alright.
Talos isn't terribly
Uh,
smart.
I'm gonna start putting everything back in there, grumbling under my breath. Oh, fuck. Luckily, most of the stuff that was in the bag of holding was large items, anyway, except for the arrows. It's like arrows, torches, tinderbox.
Anything breakable?
Everything's breakable if you throw it hard enough.
If you're determined enough.
I don't think what about the arrows?
I wouldn't really count that. Like anything made out of glass or like something that
No,
would
I
be
have
particularly
nothing.
fragile.
Let's see. I have a trident. Trident, 8 torches, the star chart, splint armor, scimitar, rope, deer pelt, crossbow, crossbow darts, arrows, the 8-point stag antlers, and the mithril mail.
Okay. Yeah, nothing breaks, but they do all get a little dirty.
I pick them up and put them back in, like grumbling, like.
Very terribly convenient, but as a result, you now know everything that you have in your bag.
Yeah.
And Milo, you finish writing a couple of your notes as you do a bit of a yawn and stretch.
Very well.
And I assume you all.
Greyhound will be the first person on the watch.
Very good. As Greyhound kind of looks at you all and informs you that he'll go ahead and take first watch.
I'll take second then. Why not?
Very good. So we have Greyhound, then Dain, and then who's next?
I'll go third.
And
I'll
then-
go last.
Alrighty. Very good. So, as the rest of you all goes to bed, Greyhound, you take first watch.
Alright, here's my perception. And he would also like to. What role would it have to be? What I have to do? Like kind of looking back at when he was taking his scarf off and try to see people he was looking at, trying to read if they saw what they saw.
Ooh, hang on a sec. What is your request?
First, I'm doing the perception check for
Okay.
the watching.
Very good.
But what role would I have to do for Greyhound looking back at when he was taking his scarf off and seeing if anyone actually saw what was on his neck?
I would say insight.
Insight? All right.
You're fairly certain that no one saw what was underneath your scarf. After all, you're very
All right,
good.
Greyhound gets a little more chipper.
It's very dark down here, and you're very good at concealing it.
All right, so what does a 15 give me for perception?
Now, you patrol the front end of the alcove that your group is hiding in. There's only the path that goes before you, so there's only two directions that anything could come or go. And so you spend your couple hours kind of watching, as it is a little bit darker in this particular part of the cave, which allows everyone else to sleep a little easier. But due to your advanced dark vision, as well as the ability to just kind of see in general in this environment, you don't see anything come and go. It's very peaceful watch.
All right. Greyhound goes over to Dain and kind of shakes him awake. Well, tries to shake him awake.
Is it that time already?
Yeah. As he pats him on the back, your turn. And Greyhound just goes over to the middle of the caravan and just rolls into a ball and starts sleeping.
I'm just gonna stretch and then have a wander and take a look around.
All right, give me a perception check.
Oh dear, a soft one.
It's not a natural one, but you're mostly sleepy as you go through your watch, and you don't see anything.
I'm gonna go nudge Talos.
Oh, that time already.
So
Alright.
watch, I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Alrighty.
You turn around and Dane's just out cold.
I get my drift globe on, have it on like lantern strength, and just start doing a patrol around the camp and around the carts and stuff.
Sounds good. Give me that perception check.
Perception. $16.
As you are watching, you suddenly stop and get very low behind a rock as you see a light approach it coming through one of the tunnels.
I might turn the drift globe light off.
As you do so, you watch very carefully as you watch the light starting to get brighter and brighter as you hear a bit of scurrying on the ground, a little skittering. until eventually the light gets into the front of the alcove of which you're hiding in. And it's a little blinding at first, just because it's been so dark, but you kind of squint your eyes a little bit and you take a look, and you see what appears to be something with 6 legs. It has what appears to be a carapace on its back, beady eyes with pincers, and it seems to be glowing from the underside of it. Just below its head, there appears to be a glowing as if it has fire in it. As you recognize that this looks like it's some sort of giant beetle. Like it's the size of a small dog.
I'm gonna try rolling a history check, see if I might have, like, anything from my dad's books that I might have known.
A 21. You've read things about underground creatures that are nocturnal, and you recognize you after taking a few clues, you're like, I wonder if this is a giant fire beetle, because you know that it gets its name from a pair of glowing glands that are within it that give off light. You know that usually miners and adventurers prize these creatures for their glands, which continue to shed light for at least anywhere from a day to up to almost a week after the beetle dies. It's a great source of light.
I'm going... How far away is it from me?
It's roughly 15 to 20 feet away, as it's kind of scurrying somewhat southward and towards the south tunnel. It seems to just be minding its own business.
I'm gonna take my rope out, and I'm gonna see if I can lasso it with my rope.
Alrighty. I'll say, go ahead and roll me.
Actually, wait. I'm actually gonna take the rope out and tie it to the. I'm gonna pull out the trident that I have, tie it to the end of that, and use it like a fishing spear kind of thing, and get it that way.
You're gonna throw the trident at the fire beetle?
Yeah, and I have the rope tied to it.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack with your trident.
1 sec. See, I don't think you have it in my thing.
I could probably pull it up real quick. Let me see. Oh yeah, there's a trident, and boop. You should have it now.
You put it in there twice.
I did not intend to. I thought I only did it once.
Yeah, it looks like it's twice. It has one hand, a 2 hand, then another one that says trident, 1 hand, 2 hands. 22.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Alright. And then plus the radiant, 1 sec.
It doesn't matter. As you throw the trident, you spear it into the middle of the fire beetle, and it gets embedded into the ground as you just go, and it just stops.
Reel it in. I'm gonna reel it in. It's like,
Yep, and as you reel it in, you have yourself a giant fire beetle carcass.
all right. I'm gonna roll to dissect it to make sure, like, get the glowing organs out.
Sure, that'll be a survival check.
9.
It's not too terribly difficult. You're able to extract one of the glands. As you see, it's kind of glowing there, and it's very interesting.
I'm guessing the other gland got punctured.
Yeah, as the liquid of it kind of spills out, similar to like a lightning bug, and it's kind of bioluminescent on the ground where you stuck it. One of the glands you're able to get out, and it has a faint glow that sheds a light and about a 15-foot radius around it.
Excellent.
Or 10-foot radius of bright light and dim light for an additional 10 feet.
I'm gonna dispose of the carcass. I don't think there's any more use of it.
Nope.
And I'm gonna head back to doing my patrols using the light from the thing as a.
Yep. You do so as the rest of your watch goes without incident, as I believe it's Milo's turn next.
Nudge his foot. You're up, your watch.
As Milo, you're kind of slightly blinded a little bit by, or your eyes are pained a little bit by this light that's being carried by Talos.
Wasn't it Greyhound's turn?
Graham was first.
Oh, was he? Oh shit.
You're the last watch.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, I hold out the gland. Yeah, careful. This is fire beetle gland. It'll use as light.
Yeah, put it away. I don't need it. It's fucking bright.
Okay, I put it in one of my pouches.
Yeah, and then you go back to bed.
Yep. Lay down.
And Milo, you continue to watch. You see a spot on the outside of the alcove where you see this kind of reddish bioluminescent smears coming towards the camp that are just kind of lit up. Besides from that, the rest of your watch goes without incident.
I'm assuming the trail kind of just leads to where Talos was walking around.
Yeah, you eventually see the carcass of a giant beetle. It looks like it was cut into nearby the camp.
Okay, anyways. Nothing to see there.
Yep, as you all benefit from a long rest. Bam, 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 bam.
Curls out of his ball and just starts stretching.
Alright, who's awake?
I am.
Hello! How was your night?
Uneventful. And yours?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, same. Yeah. You want pomegranate for breakfast?
I'm okay. Appreciate it though.
Pulls another pomegranate, just starts peeling it off, puts it into a bowl, starts taking spoonfuls.
Though I will switch over to Thieves' Cant and start talking to a Greyhound. So
Greyhound's ear, well, doesn't have ears per se. He pipes, his eyes light up.
So what's that mark on your neck?
As Greyhound's about to take another bite, his whole body immediately freezes. Looks over to you. You saw that?
Yes, I did. But also, I can respect your privacy if you don't wish to tell me.
Well, I guess you'll figure it out if we encounter these people that I've been hunting. They're down here. So I guess I should tell you. My whole tribe was enslaved by a cult. They call themselves the Coins of Gordon. Bunch of power-hungry maniacs who seek to have eternal youth. One day I got into a fight, and they saw that an aptitude for taking hits, and
they branded me with this, and he takes off his scarf and shows it to you, and puts it back real quick. They gave me a name, and they started doing experiments on me. That's why I can. And he creates a soul blade. That's why I can make these. And just as he takes his hand off of it, it completely just dissipates into the air. I wish I could get rid of it, but I haven't found anyone who could do it to the point that I am hoping. I want to kill every single person that's a part of that cult. What they've done to my people. I haven't met one of them that deserves redemption.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, let's talk about something nicer.
As he talks back, he goes back into common.
Sure you don't want to eat pomegranate? Best thing on this planet.
I'm good.
Yeah, suit yourself. He starts eating it again.
Is it daytime already? It's always so dark around here.
To be fair, we can't really tell what time it is, but we think it is.
He just kind of stretch and just groans. Well, we're supposed to pack up the caravan. As they all proceed to pack up and prepare to leave.
Hello, Satan. You awake?
No.
Yeah, just been chilling out. Well, we best be moving. I'm gonna help start packing up the caravan.
Alright. So as you all start eating some rations, drinking some water, getting yourself prepared, unless there's anything else, I assume you all will take off in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Going with the same marching formation as before, Dain, Greyhound in the front, Milo in the back, Talos in the middle.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
I'm okay with that.
Alright.
Alright.
As you all continue to travel onward, there's a few more winding caves that you end up going through as things seem to be on the darker side, but after a few hours of travel, you start to notice that the air seems to be getting warmer. After about another hour of travel, you enter a cavern where it seems to be a little bit brighter than what you're used to seeing. As you're at a point where it is it's starting to get uncomfortably hot. Not quite the desert hot, but Dain, this is a very familiar heat to you.
I was gonna say, like, feeling the heat and seeing the light up ahead, Dain just kind of gets a grin on his face and just starts riding ahead of the party.
Dain, what's going on?
It's just, hey, just come on over and have a look for yourselves.
As Dain rounds the corner into what appears to be a larger larger cavern, as you all exit a tunnel. You all are immediately hit like a blast furnace with heat as you all stare into what appears to be a lake of lava.
Oh.
Yeah. Well,
In a good long
haven't
fall.
gone this far out. Didn't know this was over here. This Greyhound just looks at it, surprised.
Yeah, it's a lot brighter. It's not quite daylight bright, but the natural heat of the lava itself illuminates the entire cavern in a way that it's a little unnatural for most of you. And the heat itself reminds you a lot of the desert, but in a weird way, like it's comforting in a way, but terrifying at the same time.
Hopefully we don't. Hopefully it doesn't block our path. What's the compass say, Dain?
Yeah, that I agree.
Now, as you take a look at the compass, you see that the direction you're needing to head seems to skirt around this lake of lava.
I'm gonna, like, point in the direction. It's like, pathway seems to lead around the lake. It should be good.
That's alright. Alright, still, we should all be careful. Don't want to accidentally risk anything.
Dane, when you said there's a lake of lava, would everyone in the caravan be able to hear that?
Oh yeah, and you all do get to see it as you leave the tunnel that you were in to gaze upon this lake of lava and feel the heat of it. You think Milo might need a wisdom saving throw here?
No,
Okay.
but Milo will go up relatively close to the edge of the lake.
Yeah, you have to ride a bit of a distance away from the caravan. They're still well in sight, but it's like where you are at, there's probably about a distance of 60 to 70 feet away as you kind of get up close, and you're not able to get 20 feet before your pony is unwilling to get any closer to the lava, as it's very actively trying to get away from it, like as even the heat of it itself is starting to, like, it's as if, any of you ever had a giant bonfire that spans at least?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like, amplify that by 5 to 10 times, and that's the kind of heat that you're dealing with as you're getting closer to this lava.
I'm gonna get off my pony and pull out Razor's Edge.
Okay.
And can I just stare at it and the lava for a minute or two?
Greyhound's gonna come over and try and pull Milo a little bit away from the lava.
You're at a distance to where the fire is very uncomfortable, but you're not going to start taking damage yet.
Okay.
But if you do get any closer than 20 to 30 feet, you will start to take damage, and more so if you get closer.
Okay.
Yeah, Greyhound's gonna stay next to Milo, being ready to pull him away, just looking at the look he has on his face.
I'm just gonna hand the reins to Short Stack to Greyhound for a minute and say, make sure he doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. Pulls on. Now we can't do anything to help out Milo. One of you guys please help Milo?
Seeing Milo kind of head on over, gonna turn around and just go, hey, you got a bit of a fascination with the magma there, haven't you, Milo?
You can say that.
Hey, don't
River of
get too
hot
close to it.
rocks.
I might be able to withstand that. I don't think you lot can. It's not even for me down here.
As you stare at the lake of lava, the mesmerizing brightness of the molten lava. As you can see it churning and moving about in a weird way, almost as if it was water, but not. The heat almost blinding you as you kind of have to squint your eyes looking directly at it, as the heat itself almost comes in waves. As it's just this pure aura of its heat is uncomfortable just to behold. As you hear the as a weird bubbling, gurgling sound is coming from within it.
Hey, you're a pretty strong fellow, right?
Aye. Why?
Can you come over here and do me a favor?
I'm gonna get off my horse and walk on over to him. What's up?
Milo is going to hand you Razor's Edge and ask you to throw it in the center of this lava lake.
Holding Razor's Edge, it's like... That's some unconventional thought for you. Why are you Milo, why are you throwing away your prized weapon?
Yeah, you remember, Dain, that this particular knife he got at the beginning of your two's journey and before the Minotaur knocked you out. Where you got your shield at.
Actually, I got it a little bit later in a pile of bodies, but...
Oh, was that what it was?
Yeah.
It was in a flaming pile of bodies in Duskwood.
Oh, okay. Well, you would still remember that. Sorry, I didn't remember exactly when you found it.
I think that's when we had the first sighting of the ghoul.
That sounds about right. But yeah, you remember this was in Duskwood.
Yeah. It's like, it's a very finely crafted blade, but why do you want me to toss it into the magma? Like, even dwarf craftsmanship, that's gonna wreck it.
That's
And
the
I ain't
point.
swimming in there to get it back.
Wouldn't ask you to. And plus, it needs to go.
Hurry up,
Gotta-
you two! I turn back and kind of yell out, "Hurry up, you two! You're getting left behind."
We'll catch up, it's alright. Gonna kind of quieten a bit down. Milo, why does it need to go?
The power that thing holds is very powerful. And I haven't even been using it to its full potential. And what if I perish and someone else gets their hands on it? It's not going to end well.
I do see your point there. It's kind of the same feeling. It's kind of the same feeling with the axe I've got. Very powerful weaponry, but still, like.
If you won't, I will.
I can toss it in, just... I want to make sure this is what you want. I don't want to throw it, and then you tell me 5 seconds later that you want it back. Because I ain't swimming.
I understand. Please, throw it.
If that's what you wish. And I'm gonna sort of like reel back and then just huck it as far as I can.
Give me, I suppose, athletics check. Let me see. Yeah, I say either athletics or are you proficient with simple weapons? So I'd say if you wanted to, you could do like a straight attack roll just to throw it huck it as far as you can. Because that'll add your proficiency bonus to it as well.
Yeah, so it'd be the... I don't know. 1d20 plus... I think it was Yes, 9. Go long?
As per your instructions, Dain takes the hilt of the blade, winds up, and then and you watch as the blade flies through the air high into towards the top of the cavern, almost glancing off the roof as it again arcs downward. And you watch as the blade first embeds itself into the lava, and all of you kind of witness as you watch a bit of hissing as the blade begins to sink down, and you see a blackness start to emanate from the blade as it's in the lava, going outward, as if it's cooling the lava itself before it cracks as the churning of the lava starts to slowly consume it as the blade sinks further and further down to the hilt. And then the hilt goes down, and you all hear a crack and a hiss. Did you have a poison loaded up into that thing?
No, I did not.
Okay.
And if I did, it would have been gone by then.
Yeah. As the hilt itself begins to, as it goes down and down until you hear nothing but the gurgling and burbling of the lava.
Thank you, Dain.
My pleasure, Milo. It's a shame to see craftsmanship go that way, but let's catch up with the rest of the party. They're on the other side of the cavern at this point.
Very well.
As I assume Greyhound hands you back the reins of your horse or your pony.
Yeah, Greyhound was like, here you go. Don't know what that was all about, but you got what you wanted.
Well, Milo's gonna hop back on short stack and start riding back up to the rest of the caravan.
Dane's gonna mount his horse and follow as well. Which I really should give it a name at this point. Set up into the desert on a horse with no man.
So as you all mount back up and rejoin the caravan, the heat of the lava at your side, you cannot help but feel something as you kind of look back at the area where you threw the dagger, Milo. As you feel as if something that was connecting to your very soul is vanishing. And as you stare back, you see floating on the surface of the lava a small black speck. As you ride off with the rest of the caravan. Alright, and you can remove that blade from your inventory.
Yep.
Right. So, as you all continue on following, keeping a fair distance away from the lake of lava, as this part of the cavern is quite large, And there's a lot of lava. I'll have one of you roll me another d50.
I'll do it.
I shall do it.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay, good. All right, I'll do it. D50.
Both roll it, see whichever's highest.
Fuck. Can someone tell me the command for that again?
Slash roll 1d50.
Or slash R. Like that, minus the dot.
I know it's a bit of an odd one, but
Thank
the
you.
list I'm working with is not as it's not as big as my usual ones.
I rolled a 9.
Alrighty, let's see what that is.
Good death.
There's a lot lava golems crawling out.
I'm gonna fuck you a dagger in my head!
You look over, you just see like just the blade is stuck in its head.
You made
It's
the soul of the blade is angry. You tried to kill it. Now it's coming for us.
It's just a short version of Sauron. He's like a 3-foot Sauron, just like waddling towards everyone.
But it's like, but then like you see like the lava dripping off turns into sharp points.
Alright. So, as you continue to travel near the Lake of Lava, you travel for roughly an hour before you see the compass is pointing you in a direction that leads towards a wall. And after following it for a bit, you travel a little further north than what you were hoping for originally, but you do eventually find an entrance that leads away from the lava. And you eventually take... You can still feel the heat as if there's a few walls that, as you get a little close to it, you're like, whew, starting to sweat a little bit, as it feels like there might be some pools of lava hidden behind some of the walls of the cavern that you're traversing, but aside from just the heat just being a little bit uncomfortable, you feel like you're not in any danger of it actually interacting with you. Let me double check something here. After a while, you start to enter another part of the cavern, which you start to see some more mushrooms and a little bit more moss, a little bit similar to what you're used to seeing, but these have a strange red tinge to them, almost as if they've taken on some of the... they've specifically evolved to handle the higher temperatures of this particular area, making them a bit of a unique, interesting sight. Whereas the previous ones were a green, bluish kind of color, these have a bit more of a purple, reddish, making it a bit of an oddity.
Can I go up and investigate one of them?
Certainly. You can roll nature, or let's see what he rolled here. 11. Yeah, as you take a look, that's mushroom and moss. They aren't. They don't appear to be dangerous on an outside perspective.
Mushroom days. Go in the corner and just see Talos just doing like a little dance around the mushrooms.
I'm like a little just like swaying back and forth on my horse, kind of like humming to myself.
If you want, anyone that feels like it, give me a quick perception check.
Sure. 15.
Which 13.
All of you hear what sounds to be a little bit of fluttering. And as you all kind of look at the direction where it's coming from, you see some sparkling dip behind a normal-sized mushroom. Before you see some tiny eyes peer out from underneath and hide behind it again.
That's different.
And it's easier to notice because whereas all the mushrooms around were purple and red, whatever this thing was that just hid behind a mushroom, it had more of a bright blue coloring to it.
I'm gonna hop down from my horse and kind of like try to see if I can go over and see what it is, but not try to startle it.
All right. As you approach towards the mushroom, are you doing it stealthily or how are you doing it?
I'm gonna try stealth, even though I know I'm not gonna do. I have a disadvantage because of my armor.
As you're like, haha, as you look behind the mushroom and you don't see anything there.
Walk back over to my horse. There it was. It's gone now.
Do you see something, Sir Talos?
Thought I did. It's gone. Whatever it is, it's gone now.
We'll keep an eye out just the same as they kind of get their weapons out a little bit and look a little cautiously around.
Hop back on my horse and kind of flick the reins to have them start moving.
All right. So as the caravan continues onward, you continue making your way through the cavern. The redness of the mushrooms have a weird red glow to it, similar to if you've ever been in a room or like a battleship area where there's only like those red emergency lights glowing.
Yeah.
That's kind of how the area looks, but cavernous. As you all continue to travel onward, it's relatively quiet. You can still somewhat hear a bit of the burbling, like a very faint burbling of lava way back from where you came. But besides from that, every once in a while you swear you hear some fluttering of wings, though.
I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled, kind of like looking around while going.
Dane's kind of just watching the compass and also distracted from being near or being so close to familiar territory.
Greyhound's just making sure we're going on the right path.
As you're continuing to travel, Dain and Greyhound, you hear a giggle.
I'm do a perception check.
Go ahead and roll.
Yep. pressed it. Like, cha. There we go. Nope, 2. Can I have the 18, 13?
As you both look around, you do not see anything.
This mumble must have been the wind.
Dragons are such a diverse one.
Dain and Greyhound, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh!
Yeah, remember you get +2. Great.
No. Yeah.
That, my boy, is 17 since I get +2 apparently.
Yep, thanks to Dain. As you both are kind of continuing to ride, Dain, you're not really paying attention. Dain, you sneeze. And Greyhound, you feel a little bit of sleepiness in your eyes for a second, but just kind of shake it off.
Everything all right?
Greyhound doesn't like this. Like, doesn't make me sleepy. What is it?
Ash at my nose. Ugh.
Greyhound starts clawing around the cart, looking around all over the place.
You continue to see nothing.
Ah! They want them. They want my pomegranates. They're not gonna get them.
Greyhound takes his backpack barrel off and just wraps himself around it.
Talos is gonna take a look around, see what the heck that he's babbling about. I see nothing.
No, you
Good
look
day.
around and like you just see them. They're just kind of like Dain must have been allergic to something. He just kind of sneezed out of nowhere, and Greyhound is just kind of being Greyhound right now.
Shake my head and continue forward. Just
You all continue to travel for another 5 to 10 minutes. Everything is quiet. You pass by a few rocks. All of a sudden, 3 of the wagons stop suddenly.
whoa.
Milo, you notice this immediately.
What's going on?
You hear nothing.
Can I make a perception since I noticed this, or
Yes.
that would be 15 again?
You don't see anything, but as you kind of ride up a little bit to one of the wagons, you notice that the guards are asleep.
What's going on, Milo?
Gonna shake one of them awake.
What? Oh, and he kind of squinted, like rubs his eye a little bit, like, what's going on, huh?
Come on, stay awake.
Where are we, huh?
Still in the Underdark.
Oh.
You good, soldier?
Yeah, just I felt real heavy there for a second.
I'm gonna make a signal to everyone to shade your eyes for a second, and I'm gonna pull out my sun sword and put it up to daylight of strength.
Greyhound doesn't hear him.
Dain sneezes.
Greyhound's
twice
like,
to say
what'd you
that.
say? As he
Dark
starts
one mode.
turning on the light.
Praise the sun.
And Greyhound, while you're in that light, you currently have disadvantage on your perception checks, as the light from the blade is absolutely blinding to you. As you're like, ah!
Yeah, Greyhound immediately looks over. He's like, what'd you say? And looks at his sword. Immediately just bursts in the light. Just gets flashbanged.
Flashbang out.
And as you
Flashbang.
look around, you still see nothing, Talos.
I'm gonna have it go back to back to normal and sheath it.
And Greyhound, this is the first time you saw the hilt that you saw earlier. You saw the light just emanating from it, so that's a little weird for you.
What the? What was that?
That was my sun sword.
Oh, turn it down. It hurts my eyes. As he's just squinting towards Talos.
Well, it's off now.
Oh, it is? I still can't see.
That's because your eyes are closed.
Opens up. Oh. Yeah. That makes sense.
The other guards wake up after a minute, or as you stir them awake, they're just like, "That was so weird. I'm not sure what's going on here."
All right. Going on here. Show yourselves.
Complete silence in the cavern.
I'm gonna.
Greyhound just gets up, hops down, and just puts his hands to his mouth and just screams on the top of his lungs, see if there's a reaction.
Oh, you kind of cover your ears a bit as his scream just echoes off the cavern, and it is quite piercing.
Ow! What was that for?
Greyhound just kind of puts his hand to his ear hole like he's trying to make sure he hears something. Does he hear anything?
After the echo of the scream dissipates, there's nothing but complete silence in the cavern.
Well, if there was anything there, it ain't happy now.
Not so sure about that. I'm gonna use command.
You don't see anything, though.
Oh yeah, I gotta see it for it to work. That sucks.
If we're all done here, I suggest we keep moving. Maybe if we keep going far enough, we might escape whatever demon or whatever this is playing tricks on us.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
Tricksy habits.
As you all continue to travel, about 20 minutes pass by with nothing happening. And as you continue traveling, Greyhound, you notice that you're starting to get left behind by the wagon. As you're currently floating in the air.
Dashing over.
As you're currently flying in the air.
Oh.
I whipped my head around at his little screech, like, what?
As you see, Greyhound is currently frantically flying about in a circle in the air, just midair.
Hold! And I turn the horse and, like, gallop straight at him.
Greyhound, you see this giant dragonborn and horse is charging at you.
Oh.
You're about, like, 10 feet up right
Do
now.
I realize who it is?
Yeah, you know who it is.
Okay. Help! I've never been this high before!
Unhand him!
As you get to
Yeah!
you
what
take a
he
look.
said.
Roll me a perception check.
Sure. See, come on. 8.
You don't see anything holding onto Greyhound. He's just kind of in the air. Just kind of floating as he slowly rotates and turns upside down.
I'm gonna pull out my sun sword and have it not at max, but bright enough where I can see it around me.
And Dain, you look back just as he's
Greyhound
doing this,
immediately
and you get
covers his
blinded. And Dain, you're like, "What's going? Ah!" As you're blinded for a minute, Dain. As you kind of hold it up and you kind of hold your eyes, would you naturally recoil away from the light, Greyhound?
Yeah. I immediately close my eyes and cover them. But I'm still like, if I see like a bit of light, I'm still gonna like flinch away, try to get away from it.
And as you do that, Talos, you watch as Greyhound begins floating. He immediately floats about 30 feet and an upward like angle away from you, just like until he's about 30 feet away, out of the radius of the sunlight, and he then kind of stops naturally on his own.
What the blazes?
And Greyhound, as you realize that the light isn't as bright anymore, you kind of open up your eyes and you see that you're currently about 40 feet up in the air.
He screams even louder.
I'm gonna try to see roll of perception again to see if, like, what the hell? 10? Oh, are you kidding me?
Can I try to move around?
You certainly can. What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna try and move 30 feet towards Talos.
All right. Are you trying to move in any particular way? Walk, swim?
I think swimming would be funny.
Your breaststroke.
If there's anything that's enough to Greyhound, he's gonna shoot his ethereal chains toward and pull himself towards that stuff as he's trying to get over to Talos.
Yeah. As you look at Talos and you think, I want to go close to Talos, you start to you realize your body starts to automatically move directly towards him at a fairly quick speed. Like before you know, you're just in front of him, like woo.
What in the blazes?
And then you kind of stop in front of him, like woo, like woo.
I'm gonna wipe my hand above where his head would be to see if there's anything holding him.
You just whoa. There's just air.
I think you're doing this, little one.
Oh, what? And Greyhound thinks I want to go over to Milo.
And moving at 60 feet for 6 seconds, or 10 feet per second, you fly right up to him.
Hi.
We got a flying kobold. Interesting.
This is cool.
What?
Why am I doing this?
What were in those dragon fruit?
Greyhound immediately flies back.
Oh, what was in those pomegranates?
What did you say?
I said what was in those pomegranates?
They're pomegranates. I farmed them myself, actually. I don't know, but guess I can fly now. I guess Greyhound just starts flying next to the caravan as everyone starts moving, maybe.
Yeah. As you kind of float about, just kind of doing some dips and swirls and swishes, you're like, whee! After about 9 more minutes. After about 9 more minutes pass by, you suddenly feel your body get incredibly heavy as you begin floating back towards the ground, and you no longer have control over your flying. So you land on your feet on the ground.
That was interesting.
You instinctively try to hop a few times, like, fly, fly! And then you just realize, oh.
Greyhound is significantly more sad now because he can't fly.
Are you believing in fairies again or something?
Hey, don't knock the fairies. They can be terrifying.
Oh, I'm sure they can be.
Are you gonna make the voice, Tim?
Hmm?
Are you gonna make the voice, Tim?
What voice?
The fairy dragon voice.
Whoever said this was a fairy dragon.
Alright, I guess the fairy dragon only left an imprint on Dallen.
Kyron is continuing to be quiet as the red
All right.
mushrooms glow around you.
All right. Let's keep going.
Greyhound just runs back onto the front caravan cart and just
I have
starts guiding
a
everyone again.
feeling I might.
Very sad they can't fly
feeling-
anymore.
I have a feeling I might know where some of the Fey creatures might have ended up after the battle with the dragons.
Oh?
We may be dealing with some mischievous Fey. But I'd rather not try to mess with them, so let's keep moving. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Hopefully, I wouldn't want to be dealing with Fae. I've heard stories about them.
They're not, from what I've read, they're not too bad. Not all of them are too bad, but their version of what's funny is not what others would be considered funny.
Hey, Milo?
Yeah.
Can I get a wisdom saving throw from you?
Oh gosh.
Sure.
It's like, yeah, let's just bully the little guy.
Milo, you start to feel
And don't-
funny.
Okay.
And Milo does get that +2 from me and Dain, so it's 6. That's a 10.
Aren't you guys at the front of the caravan though?
We're coming back to the caravan.
You suddenly get bucked off as you become too heavy for your horse.
Okay.
But as you think you're about to land on your tuchus, you suddenly land on your feet, which you continue to rise up in height as you get bigger and bigger and bigger until,
What in the blazes?
as all of you kind of look behind you, you see what appears to be a giant ape behind the caravan right now.
What the? I'm gonna activate the drift globe on and have it set to lantern lights.
Whom. And you kind of cover up your eyes a little bit, Milo, as you get a little bit more light on you. As you have been transformed into a giant ape. The rest of you see a giant ape behind you. It looks very confused.
What in the?
What?
What
Can I
is
go over
that?
and punch Talos?
What is that beard? A monster! As the caravan freaks out and everyone starts scattering.
Hold! I'm gonna use command to tell them all to halt.
Go for it.
Greyhound goes over and starts digging a hole and just hides in it.
Yeah, this thing is massive, Greyhound. Like, this thing is
Alright.
like as bigger than the bullets.
Where's my?
As Talos is casting command, can I go over and punch him in the face?
You can certainly try. If you're wanting to do a fist attack, do a 1d20 plus 9, and you have 10-foot reach.
Does the 22 hit?
22. Yep.
It's 3d10 plus 6 bludgeoning damage.
Am I within
Oh.
5 feet of Talos?
25 damage.
Good lord.
Why?
As this giant ant just suddenly rushes you and just boom, and you get knocked off your horse. As the horse bolts and runs away.
Why?
As
Outside of game, why?
Because.
Chaos.
then yeah, I'd say you were pretty close to Talos at this point, Dane, as this giant ape is suddenly attacked Talos.
I'm gonna.
Sentinel attack him.
Well, it was gonna be more. Yeah.
Yeah, because none of you, Talos, Dain, Greyhound, none of you saw Milo transform into this. You just suddenly saw there was this big ape that appeared behind the caravan, and then it just ran up and slugged Talos off his horse.
I'm sorry, Milo.
No, you're good.
Does a 21 hit?
It definitely does hit him.
You take 19 damage.
Now, do I subtract that from my total or the?
No, here, I'll give it
Okay.
to you.
Okay.
And visit on the backhand.
And
I'm guessing
that does also hit.
Oh.
Reward.
An additional 29 damage.
As this giant ape is slamming, like, whoa, as you slash!
Gonna kind of,
Greyhound, are you doing anything on this surprise round?
Greyhound is just digging a hole and he's hiding it like a beaver.
Very good. And so, Talos, you got interrupted for your command as you just got slugged. Are you going to try doing?
I'm gonna first activate my sun sword at full brightness and yell out at the top of my lungs, "Cease this infernal thing now!"
So what are you doing exactly?
Well, I'm activating my sun sword at full sun brightness.
I gotcha.
The sun.
The entire
And I'm gonna
town is
yell
lit
out. And I'm gonna yell out at the top of my lungs, so like, "That is quite enough!"
As you, let's see here.
Because I'm pretty sure blood's coming out of the nostril section of my helmet right now.
You did get hit pretty good there. Also, this giant ape cannot speak, can't do any spells, or take any other action that requires hands or speech. Also, there's no gear that is currently on this giant ape. It's just fur and giant ape, as it is huge.
So he was literally just polymorphed into a giant ape.
This giant ape disappeared out of nowhere.
for all we know, it ate Milo.
So, giant ape, are we continuing any aggressive action and need to roll initiative?
Yeah, might as well.
All right, roll initiative,
Already
guys.
in here.
We'll do theater of the mind with this.
Oh, God.
And what do I need to add for initiative?
For the giant ape, its initiative is a +2.
Why? Part of me is just like, but why?
You'll find out.
If you die, you're not getting rezzed.
Again, you'll find out.
Well, like, oh, the ape must have killed Milo.
The caravan is currently scattered about, just like, what is going on?
Hey, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Could I possibly use inspiration to reroll that?
You have inspiration still?
I believe I have 1 point.
Yeah, go for it.
chain.
Ape.
There we go. I don't have a picture for it, but...
1 second.
My dog's
Doop. Here we go. Giant ape. Here you go. Giant ape.
Oh yes, the male bathroom sign. What a beautiful ape.
Giant ape. Ooh, ah, ah.
Wait, take cover. Skype is trying to get back. It looks like the old Skype icons.
Let me see here. Here, try looking at your journal right now, Milo.
Ah, yes. There it is.
You can use that.
Oh, perfect.
Let me see. HP. Where? There it is. How much HP did you lose from that initial blow from him? Let's see.
Whisper it to you.
Oh god, that was a lot.
29, 18, 48? How much I think it was?
Alrighty. And so with that, Talos is forgot to add your initiative at turn, and you were at 9.
Yep.
Well, Talos is up first. And Talos back, or did he run off to go deal with his pet? I'm gonna assume he went off to go run his pet. So we have Talos is up first with Greyhound on deck, and then our giant ape is next. So, how are we all doing?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I guess. I'm waiting for Charles to make his decision.
So far, so good.
As this giant ape, I understand everything that's being said, right? As like Milo.
Let me double check here. Creature returns to number reverts, dropping to 0, and excess damage carries over. As long as the excess damage doesn't reduce to 0. Is limited in actions it can perform by the nature of its new form. It can't speak, cast spells, or take any other action that requires hits. The giant ape knows no languages, so you do not understand anyone else in this form.
Okay,
Unless someone has speak with animals.
I gotcha.
Not have that. Oh, is he there?
He might have run off to go do a thing real quick.
Oh, can I get my turn then?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and let you do your turn, and then we'll have Talos come back when he's doing. So, what is Greyhound doing?
Pop out the hole that he made. Immediately look at the giant gorilla, see his friends hitting him, and jump out as his tattoos light up, and he makes ethereal chains and those his soul knives together. for the bonus action, and he's gonna run up and try to do 2 slashes at him.
Alrighty, go ahead and roll to hit.
Don't have the. See if the stats are sitting for the whip.
I hear a wild Talos in the background.
You gonna roll, Greyhound?
Yes, I apologize. Yes, the same. So I'll just do this one.
That does hit
That's
the giant ape, as it's very large.
And
It's
the
not
second
hard to
hit?
hit.
Both hit.
Gotcha. All right, so here's the 2 soul knife hits. So 9 and 5, and then we add this to it. Oh, wait. God damn it. All right, give me a sec. Can I brain? Brain, please. Thank you.
And you wouldn't get a sneak attack on that.
Because there is an ally within 5 feet away.
No. I
Hey,
said he wouldn't.
sorry,
since
guys, I'm
10
back.
feet back.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, you were at range. And I imagine Dame was probably also with reach.
Mm-hmm.
Takes 14 psychic damage and 3 force damage.
Hey, sorry guys, I'm back.
You're good.
Welcome back.
So, Talos, you're up next as Greyhound has just leapt out of his hole and did a couple slashes against this giant ape.
Alright.
As it appears to still look very aggressive. So what do you do, Talos?
Oh. Take a swing with my sword of light.
16 will hit. As you run up to the giant ape and you slash into him. Ugh.
That's right, and then we have to do another roll of radiant.
Yeah, 1d8 additional. Honestly, you could probably just add an additional 1d8 to your general attack.
Yeah.
Well, not quite, because
Dang.
like you could two-hand it if you wanted.
Got an 8.
Is that right? That doesn't look right.
Let me roll that again. It's like,
Yeah, that should be 1d8, not just 8d.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say, like that doesn't look right. There should be a green
Yeah.
outline on that.
let's try that again.
That's more like it.
13.
So,
Points of
13
damage.
radiant damage from Talos as he slashes into you.
And I'm gonna do it again. 18.
Whew, yep, that still hits. Spicy. And does that include the additional 1d8?
Doing that now.
Ooh, that's it. As you all just
21.
unload into
20.
into this giant ape, as you're like, ugh, you're gonna punch me, I'm gonna dish it right back. As it is now the giant ape's
21.
turn.
Okay.
Unless you want a bonus
Multi-attack.
action, Talos.
No.
Sorry.
What?
Did you want to use your bonus action for anything?
Let me see. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna use Shield of Faith on myself.
Alrighty. As you pound your chest, boom, boom, and you start to glow a little bit. As now it's the giant ape's turn.
Okay, I'm gonna multi-attack with my fists on Talos.
Alrighty.
25 and then 22.
Oh, you should have the character sheet for the giant ape available.
Oh, can I just click? Oh, I can.
Yeah.
Oh,
Should be just like your normal character sheet,
yeah.
which is fun.
Those are two pretty good rolls. Can I not roll those, or...?
Yeah, you go ahead and just roll the damage. You see what they
Okay.
are, I assume.
If they hit.
Yeah.
Which I assume 22 and 25 both hit.
The 22 does not hit, but the 25 does hit.
So one fist comes down, and as you pound your chest, bam! As you get hit again, and then the next fist comes around, and you take your shield and block it. Bong!
So, 14 points of damage.
Ow.
And what was dealt the last time? Let's see. Was it 25?
I was down to 58, so I lost how much damage again?
Yes, it was 25 before.
So 25 damage before. This time you took 14, which brings you down to
45.
this much.
45. Should be down to 45.
And you take another punch, and then anything else for the great ape?
Can the great ape then back up and put his hands up?
Yep. You take a step back and raise your hands as if in surrender.
Yep.
As he leaves your area attack, Dain and Talos and Greyhound, you could take an attack out of opportunity if you want, or if you want to, you could recognize the hands raising as a sign of defeat. Up to you. You can either take attack of opportunity or
Greyhounds could become neutral and just lower his weapons.
okay.
And his ethereal chains and knives are just dissipate.
Dain, Talos, as he backs up, do you take attack of opportunity or you recognize the surrender?
Dane's gonna like prepare to like grab the axe and swing, but then last second is like that looks off.
All right, and Talos.
That doesn't look right.
Talos is just gonna have kind of like stand there as the blade still activated and just like glaring at this thing, just saying like, okay, what's this thing up to?
Alrighty, so so Dain, when it comes to your turn, you're not gonna take any hostile actions.
Nah.
Holding your turn. All right, as we get back to the top turn order, is the giant ape going to make any additional actions or attacks, or be hostile anymore?
No, he's gonna step like another 5-10 feet back with his hand still up, and then after everyone's kind of cooled down and started like tapping his arm, waiting.
So you all see this giant ape just kind of tapping its arm. And is anyone doing anything?
Like to try and start climbing on him.
The kobold starts climbing on the giant ape.
Can I grapple him?
Talos is just still standing there like,
Are you going to resist this grapple, Greyhound? As this
Yes.
giant hand comes and reaches down and reaches for you? You're going to resist?
Yes, I am. Can I
Competing.
do an acrobatics check against that?
Yeah, you can do acrobatics against giant ape's athletics.
Okay.
So is that a 14 for the ape?
Yep.
And go ahead and roll for the
Oh, just a 14.
little greyhound.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm checking my skills because that's one of the ones that's wrong.
You squirm. You try to reach for the little thing, but that kobold is
I
a very
have a plus
slippery
11
one.
on acrobatics.
As Greyhound, you just slip between his fingers as he closes, and you just scutter up his arm.
Yeah, Greyhound's just gonna climb up to his shoulders and just sit down.
The giant ape's gonna look at you like, what the fuck are you doing, my guy?
Makes me feel tall, alright?
Within a second, though, you start to feel your body get a little weird, giant ape, as you start to shrink in size. As all you watch the giant ape get smaller.
Off of him.
As Greyhound hops off until the giant ape comes down to about a 3-foot size, and Milo reappears in its place.
Hi guys.
Milo?
You?
How's it going, guys? You guys have fun? I had fun.
Me saying you goes from like a normal, like, confused to angry. You!
Maybe
Greyhound
you'll
like
actually
to
give me some
sneak,
fucking respect there, Talos, and realize that you don't need to be an asshole all the time.
Why did you punch me?
Like I said, maybe it'll teach you to respect me a little bit more.
How is that going to teach respect? Morph, that's going to put me more on you on a lower tier of list of people I respect.
Greyhound has disappeared.
Right. Feelings mutual.
Greyhound would like to inspect
I'm going to take out one of my regular potions of healing and
it'll
just...
fit him.
You're
See
doing
if
what,
it'll fit
Greyhound?
in Danny's backpack. Greyhound's gonna go examine Dane's backpack to see if he'll fit in there.
I'm just going to go drink one of my... go back to and try to figure out what happened to my horse while drinking one of my regular potions of healing.
Now, your horse is relatively nearby. It got spooked by the giant ape, but kind of went to the edge of the cavern as everyone has moved on ahead of you, you three, or you four in total, as they were all, like, rushing ahead, like, what is going on? And as they see everything's calmed down, they just kind of relaxed it a little bit. As they're all like, what is going on here? And
Do I have to roll for the potion of healing?
I'll say it's 2d4 plus 2. It's going to be basically, what, 6 hit points in total? Or, no, 10. It'll be 10 in total, because it's 2 times 2d4, so that's 2 times 4, which is 8, plus 2, which, yeah, so you get 10.
So I'll be up to 45 points. So 55, sorry.
No, you were not able to fit in his backpack, Dane, or Greyhound.
I hop back on my...
backpack.
I hop right back on my horse and, like, kind of, like, signal up the caravan to, like, just start moving.
What about Talos' backpack?
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, I'm stealth. You gotta do perception check.
I'm pretty much, I just, like, I get my horse to, like just trot to the head of the line, just keep walking forward, and I have my sword still out, like, lighting the way.
Quirky, that was a right ripper, mate. I wouldn't mind for you to crack the shits on one of that. Say what?
What?
What? What'd you say?
As, Greyhound, you hear, goodness, I didn't mean for you to get angry at one another.
Who's that?
As you look around,
I don't know about them, but yeah.
you all see a tiny creature kind of fluttering nearby.
What are you?
How do you ask that?
Who are you? He
What-
says it in all languages he knows, which is Common, Draconic, Orc, Thieves' and Undercommon. He says that in every one of those languages.
When you get to Undercommon, you get a response.
I'm just a little deep pixie. I'm trying to have some fun.
He's gonna Ground's gonna look at him blank face like, can you make me fly again?
Not right now. Unfortunately, I can't do that again until tomorrow. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. I was just having so much fun. I didn't think that you would fight each other. That was quite scary. And you all just hear a mixture of just like right to the down, just a bunch of heavy like accent and a language that none of you can understand. It sounds like common, but it is super weird. You're not able to follow it. But you hear Greyhound responding in similar.
Okay.
But you all see what appears to be... I suppose you could all roll history real quick to see if you recognize this.
Let's have a look.
Wait, did you give an undercommon in Australian accent?
They're in the land down under.
Alice is very confused.
Dane, you're not sure what's going on here. Milo, you recognize this as a pixie, but this pixie's skin is weird. Usually they have like a greenish color to them, but this one seems to be light blue. And Talos, you've read books about fey creatures known as pixies that were very honestly, it seems very similar in its demeanor to that fairy dragon that you encountered just outside of Port LaMontagne, but it's much, much smaller and a little bit weaker complexion. But I will say, between Milo and Talos, with those high rolls, you know that they, while mischievous, they tend to be on the more, on a more positive, good side.
Hmm.
Right, I hope I ain't crooked up me, no then.
As Greyhound, you hear,
Please, don't be mad at me. I was just having a little fun.
I would be mad at you. We didn't even know that you were the one doing this.
Well, I am a little shy.
as the little pixie kind of looks a little bashful.
Greyhound looks at everyone and says, this is the thing that's been giving us trouble. The little pixie. Don't be mad at it. It feels bad for making everyone fight each other. It's actually very sad about it. I think it's kind of broken up about it. So please kind of steer the conversation away from it.
Huh.
At least it's not a fairy dragon this time.
And Greyhound goes back to talking to the pixie. What's your name?
Oh, I'm called Tina.
Tina?
Yes, Tina.
All right, Tina. You like pomegranate?
I don't know what that is, but it sounds delightful.
Greyhound takes one of the pomegranate seeds in a bowl that he hasn't finished yet. He's like, here, try one.
Yeah, Tina floats a little bit closer, stops for a second, has a look at you and everyone else, and then let me double check something. You kind of watch as her eyes kind of glow up for a second as she looks at each of you, and then they stop, and then happily goes over to the pomegranate, like pops in and pulls out an entire seed, which looks like an apple to her for her size.
All right, sorry guys, I'll be back in just a second.
All right.
Please, what are beings like you doing this far underground? I could sense
That's not what's important right now.
I could sense that you all are good.
Do you like the pomegranate?
Yes, it's delicious.
You're right, my butt. We're friends now. All right, this pixie's name is Tina. We're friends now. She's with our group.
Okay then.
Greyhound's all waiting. No one could be evil if they like pomegranate.
Yeah. As a bit of a physical descriptor, if no one's familiar with the pixie, they look like they're tiny, probably no bigger than the size of your hand, and they tend to look like a tiny human, like a tiny small human. Usually, this one in particular has like a bluish skin. Long hair with what appears to be moss growing out of it, and they have wings that appear to be like butterfly wings. And they have a bit of a glow to them with some dust trickling off of them.
Where are you all going? There's nothing down here for miles.
We're trying to find an exit.
An exit? You're trying to get back to the surface then?
Yeah. They're trying to get to, where are we trying to go to? As he, talks to Dain.
Hey, we're trying to get to the capital of Lancasquer.
I'm not familiar with this Lancaster. Maybe some of my friends do, though. Please, I'm so sorry for pulling all those pranks and tricks on you, but if so long as you're not going to be dangerous, I could take you to my friends, and they might be able to help you.
She's saying this in common or
undercommon? I'm assuming that you're translating
All right,
between.
Greyhound. Yes. Yeah, Greyhound's translating now. But yeah, he says word for word, whatever she says.
Hey, that's probably be quite helpful. We could definitely use some help getting out of here. Or at least finding a direction to go.
Of course, follow me.
Tina begins to flutter off through the cavern.
Oh, pardon me.
And you all follow Tina?
Yeet.
Alright. As the caravan slowly follows behind, the cavern begins to cool down as you get further and further away from the lava until you get to a point where it's still a little on the warmer side, but it's a lot more comfortable. And the mushrooms are taking on a more of a blue and green color to it. Blue and green luminescent. And you travel for about another hour, half an hour, hour and a half, until you get to a point where you see that there's several large mushrooms kind of gathered up in what appears to be a small mushroom forest. And as you kind of get close, Tina goes,
I'm afraid you'll have to leave those large wagons behind here. It's not more than a short distance, but I don't want you trampling our homes.
I'm back. What I miss?
Tina the Pixie has led the caravan to a small mushroom forest and has asked the party to leave their wagons behind so they don't trample her friends' homes.
It's given undercommon the Australian accent.
Mm-hmm. You all comply?
Greyhound complies because he. Yeah.
And as you all kind of get off your
You have
horses,
to leave the
and
wagons though.
you all get off the wagons and horses and leave them kind of tied up to a few of the larger mushrooms. You follow about a good 20, 30 feet into this mushroom forest until you see a small conclave of thicker but still small mushrooms just kind of bubbled up in an area as you have seemingly come to a pixie village. As you do, you hear Tina and Undercommon. Well, actually, none of you. Unless do any of you speak Sylvan?
Greyhound doesn't.
No one speaks Sylvan.
Greyhound has comprehend. Comprehend has the helm of comprehend language.
Yeah. So you hear you don't hear Undercommon anymore, but you still understand the meaning. She says,
It's okay. They're friendly. Come on out, everyone.
But the rest of you hear like almost a twinkling singing song sound. And then within an instant, you see puffs of powder everywhere as the more pixies, blue-skinned pixies, just kind of pop out everywhere and flutter around, giggling. As they kind of flutter and get really close to all of you, as they are basically looking you up and down, very incredibly curious. As one kind of older-looking one kind of flutters up to you, Graham.
Greetings. Tina has informed me that she felt very bad about playing tricks on you, and has asked that we provide what we can to aid you. Please, if there is anything that we could do, just let us know.
I was just kind of just standing there, like, not understanding a single word.
Greyhound is saying what everyone's saying word for word.
Yeah, Greyhound's being a translator for you all as the pixies are talking.
So you heard everything he says.
Grab some supplies to prepare them for the inconvenience.
As you see a few pixies flutter out of the camp and leave, or the little village and leave.
They will be back shortly, but Tina has told me that you're looking for a way out of here.
Yes, my friends over here, as he points to all of them, Milo, Dain, and Talos, as well as the caravan, that they're trying to get over to a place called Lancasquer.
That is such weird. I've heard others in the cavern talking about such a place. They speak of a way to the northeast or northwest to emerge into the surface to find it. We know the way.
You do? Can you show us?
It is too far away from our village. We do know which is Trefa, but we can tell you the way to go.
All right.
That'll work.
And so, the lead pixie proceeds to explain to you in Undercommon very precise directions of shortcuts that will speed your way to the next area. It's a little at this point. It's late in the day, so you won't be able. Though you'll need to get a long rest in before, but. They give you direct instructions on the fastest way to get to where you're going. To where you might find yourself at your destination, and perhaps a day quicker than you expected.
Very good.
At the end of them giving very specific instructions, the pixies that left all return. Bearing mushrooms. You see some fish with white eyes, just kind of dead and wrapped up in some leaves and mushrooms as they start piling it all up nearby. As they say,
"Here, take this food as repayment for the inconvenience."
As they give you each 2 rations worth of food. Like 2 days worth of food.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're very grateful.
Tina kind of, as they all bow and kind of flutter back to their homes, Tina goes over to you.
I'm so sorry. I hope this makes up for all the trouble I caused.
As long as you can make me fly again.
That'll have to be tomorrow.
And then
Alright.
she actually, oh wait, and she kind of waves over to one of the other pixies, who then flies over to you and taps your shoulder, and you suddenly feel very light again.
Grabs a stag to start flying again. He just flies up to the ceiling, flies back down.
As Tina gleefully follows behind you. And so,
Alright.
Tina also informs you all that you can go ahead and have a short rest. The area is safe, and the pixies, as a way of apologizing, will also keep an eye on the area and ensure that you are not disturbed for this for a long rest. As anything that will try, they will ensure they're taken care of.
Talos
Alright.
is just gonna nod and see to his horse.
And so, the rest
I'm
of
just gonna fly on top of one of the mushrooms and just fall asleep then.
Yep. As you all get some set up just outside of the mushroom village, everyone tends to their needs. You all benefit from a long rest. And on the morrow, as you all get up, you don't have to ride off a ration, as the pixies provide you with a breakfast and enough food to survive you for an additional day.
Very nice.
Yeah. And they all wave goodbye to you as you all begin to follow the path forward towards the shortcuts that they described to you, with Greyhound leading the way. And as you all trot onward, you have one final look back at the glowing, luminescent mushroom forest, as you see a few sparkles of pixie dust begin to flutter around before vanishing. You all turn back towards...
Greyhound waves goodbye to them as they're vanishing.
As you continue to fly over the rest of the caravan, which will last for an hour, as you all look forward and look deeper into the dark caverns ahead of you, as you all travel onward, unsure of what to expect next. As that is where we're leaving the session for today.
Was not expecting that.
Neither was I. Now, that's what I rolled, was a pixie. You pass by a pixie, and it plays pranks on you and tricks on you for about a couple hours. Good times all around. Good times all around. You all gain 4,000 experience points for the bullets, as well as good roleplay and encounters.
Very nice.
Be right back.
XP 4,000.
What new dangers and adventures wait our heroes as they get near the end of their encounters and their journey through the Underdark? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.